Section 22 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. Italy from the Death of Henry of Luxemburg, Part 2. Castruccio left a good name behind him. Machiavelli says, no prince of those times was ever so loved as he was. Although above all things a soldier, there was no roughness about him. His aspect was charming, and he had so much grace and goodness in his accost that never man went unsatisfied from his conversation. He was above the ordinary height, perfectly proportioned, with reddish hair, which he wore contrary to the Italian fashion, cut short above the ears. Wherever he went, snow, rain, or hail, let the weather be what it would, his head was always uncovered. His life was a life of action. God, he said, was a lover of strong men, because one always sees that the weak are chastised by the strong. His shrewd and pithy sayings lived after him. When a man boasted of the amount of strong drink he could take, Castruccio said, "A quart pot does the same." When a long-winded orator inquired if he had fatigued his hearer, Castruccio answered, "No, indeed, I did not mind one word that you said." One of his comrades asked him merrily what he should give him for a box at his ear. Castruccio answered immediately, "A helmet, if you please." When asked how he should be buried, he replied, "With my face downward, for I am sure in a short time this country will be turned topsy-turvy, and then I shall be in the same posture with other men." He died, says Machiavelli, in the 44th year of his age, and in his good and his bad fortune he expressed always an equality and steadiness of spirit, and as he left several monuments of his prosperity and good fortune behind him, so he was not ashamed to leave some memorials of his adversity, for there was always kept hanging up in his palace the shackles which he had worn in Uguccione's prison. Machiavelli believed that Castruccio only lacked length of years and a grander stage to play the role of emperor. That which is still remarkable is that, having equalled the great actions of Scipio and Philip, the father of Alexander, he died as they did in the 44th year of his age, and doubtless he would have surpassed them both, had he found as favourable dispositions at Lucca as one of them did at Macedon and the other in Rome. The great Republic of Florence remained free till the middle of the 15th century. In Florence, the intellectual development of the period reached its highest point. Situated almost in the centre of Italy, in the beautiful valley of the Arno, it seemed to gather to itself the great qualities of the whole people, and the light that was being shed over the land from the east. Such high development, literary and artistic, took place most easily in circumstances of wealth and freedom. Florence is an instance of a city, affluent and powerful in trade and commerce, although without close contact with the sea. Its population in the 14th century was probably about 100,000, while that of London was not more than 30,000. Its great cloth industry brought in more than 1,000,000 florins a year, and out of the difficult transactions for paying for the wool from England and elsewhere, there had grown up in Florence a system of merchant banking, which was gradually displacing the papal agencies as means of remitting money, and which rivalled, and in places even superseded, the agencies of the Jews. The merchants of Florence acted as European bankers. They lent money to foreign governments, and through conducting such negotiations with these governments, became themselves experienced diplomatists. Thus, like the Fuggers and the Rothschilds of a later day, they founded houses, dynasties one might almost call them, of a half-princely, half-financial kind. Their friendship was valued in every part of Europe, and the noblest ancient families were glad to take wives from among them. But more than wealth is necessary for a great artistic and literary development. The high-minded despots of the Italian states might attract geniuses to their courts, as the Della Scala brought Dante to Verona, the Sforza Leonardo da Vinci to Milan, and as the Este, in the 16th century, brought Tasso to Ferrara. But as a rule it was in free towns that the geniuses were actually produced, because among citizens accustomed to read, act, and govern for themselves, the general level of intelligence and the general interest in intellectual things was high enough to provide a field for the growth and training of a genius. Boccaccio, Michelangelo, Leonardo were born within the limits of Florentine rule and grew up in the city. The history of the city is by no means a peaceful one from the death of Henry of Luxemburg till the Medici set up their lordship. External war and internal sedition are the theme of every chronicle, almost from year to year. But the external wars were of a local nature. The Florentines made no distant expeditions, and they fought their battles mainly by means of condottieri captains. The internal seditions disturbed but did not destroy the life of the city. A sudden assembling of people outside the cathedral or down by the Arno, a shout of "Popolo, popolo," the flight of one or two grandi, who went to live on their funds in another city. This was what a Florentine revolution generally amounted to. In about a year's time the exiled grandi would come back, and perhaps even find their house still standing, its solid walls and doors untouched. In 1329 the Florentines, having escaped the danger that threatened them from Castruccio Castracani, took the opportunity to recast their constitution so as to keep the city for the Guelfs. The government consisted of a Concilio del Popolo of 300 members, a Concilio del Comune of 250, half people, half noblemen, and the priors, chosen by lot exclusively from the Guelf party out of a list nominated by a board. This system, however, did not give peace more than any other. There were still Ghibellines among the people, and disturbances frequently broke out. The foreign policy, if one may so term it, the attitude of Florence toward the other states of Italy, was largely determined by the necessity of keeping open the trade routes through central Italy. The persistent attempt of the Florentines to acquire Lucca and Pisa is explained by this necessity. Her wars with the Visconti of Milan were partly due to this, partly to mere self-defence against that all-absorbing family. Before the end of the 16th century, Florence attained the dimensions of a respectable state, the Grand Duchy of Tuscany. But in the 14th and 15th centuries it was just a great city with external dependencies, subject republics which it ruled indeed, but which it did not admit to its own franchise. The citizens of Pistoia or San Gemignano were not citizens of Florence. The tendency toward monarchy is seen all through Florentine history, for a democracy, it appears, has more affinity with that form of government than has an oligarchy of nobles, as Venice, for instance, was. In 1342 the Florentines invited Robert of Naples to send them a leader, and thus they came under the lordship of Walter of Brienne, a member of a notable family of French adventurers who had become reigning princes in the later Crusades. Walter's father had been Duke of Athens, but had lost the duchy, and his son was now a soldier in the Neapolitan service. He had the title of Duke of Athens, and now looked like becoming, in fact, Duke of Florence, for after he arrived in the city the people elected him lord for life. He began well, by dealing out justice with a firm hand, but soon he gave his attention more particularly to getting money. It is said that by taxation he raised 400,000 florins in less than a year. The ordinary revenue of Florence for a whole year was only 300,000 florins, raised by customs duties. His bodyguard of 800 Frenchmen appeared to have been as dissolute and insolent as himself. But the despotism in Florence was not to be founded this way. On July 26th, 1343, there was a revolution, and Walter had to fly back to the kingdom of Naples. The day of his expulsion became a particular festival in Florence. The tyrant duke had been got rid of, but the city was not freed from all its troubles. For one thing, Edward III of England, who had borrowed largely from the great merchant bankers, the houses of Bardi and Peruzzi, repudiated his debts in 1345, and this dishonourable and cruel act caused distress in Florence and damaged their business interests all over Europe. Then in 1348 came the Black Death, when, as Boccaccio, who returned to Florence shortly after the pestilence had left it, says people died in the very streets day and night. Over 100,000 human beings, he said, perished within the walls of Florence, whereas before the plague people most likely did not even believe that it contained so many inhabitants altogether. If indeed 1/2 of the 100,000 inhabitants perished, as seems probable, the disaster must have been more terrible than we can comprehend. Boccaccio says that at the beginning of the pestilence, persons were appointed to clear away all the filth out of the town, and no sick people were allowed to enter it. But the accumulations of poisonous and infectious material must soon have outstripped the efforts of the improvised sanitary service. The houses of Florence, like those of other medieval towns, were high, the streets narrow. It is a wonder that the plague ever left such a city at all. The people became demoralized, the laws were neglected, even the nuns, says Boccaccio, had forgotten their vows and were living without restraint. Nurses were not to be had, doctors were scarce, but did what they could. The physician in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales had been through the Black Death in England and had amassed a fortune for his devotion. When the plague was over, it never can be said to have come to a complete end in the Middle Ages. The city settled down again to its ordinary way of life. The people who had fled returned. The Parte Guelfa, the organized body of Guelphic citizens, ruled the city through their 6 captains, but it was more like a reign of terror than a government. Seditious people were condemned without being heard, provided that there were reputable witnesses against them. Party spite indulged in its favourite method of exile. Externally, Florence was menaced by the Visconti, but was strong enough to remain independent through a league it formed with 3 other Tuscan republics, which were similarly menaced: Arezzo, Siena, Perugia. In 1362, the old war with Pisa was revived, and went successfully enough for Florence, till the Pisans engaged Sir John Hawkwood and the White Company. A war with the Visconti followed, and Hawkwood, who was again engaged by Florence's enemies, won a signal victory at Cascina in 1370. Peace was concluded the same year. 5 years later, the great Guelph Republic, the ancient friend and supporter of the papacy, was involved in war against the legate of Gregory XI in Italy. The temporal power of the Church in Italy had become much stricter since its restoration by Cardinal Albanoth. The Florentines found that they themselves were menaced, and appointed a committee, the Holy Eight of War, to maintain their independence. There was almost simultaneously a rising throughout the Papal State in 1375, and Florence joined the revolted communes. The city was excommunicated, but remained steadfast till the efforts of St. Catherine of Siena and the death of Gregory XI brought about a cessation of arms in 1378. The control of Florence was passing out of the hands of the noble families and the more ancient of the wealthy burgher houses to that of newer wealthy merchant families, the Albizzi, Strozzi, and Medici. The signori, or executive government of the city, consisted of the priors of the 6 greater arts, the important trade guilds. The 14 lesser arts, of men who were merely retailers and shopkeepers of various kinds, had but little power, while the day labourers, like the men who beat the wool with sticks and clubs, had none at all. They had their own associations, however, and from this were known as the Ciompi, or mates. In July 1378, the Ciompi rose and seized the government by a bloodless revolution, possible only in a free republic where there were no regular police and no army. The position of gonfaloniere was then held by 2 members of the Ciompi in succession, without making much difference. In 1384 a Balia, or Committee of the People to remodel the constitution, was formed, and the old condition, which was found on the whole to be the most stable, of government by the well-to-do families, was restored. Salvestro de' Medici had been the moderate man throughout the recent troubles. Henceforth the history of Florence was to be bound up intimately with his family. The Medici were an old banking family who came originally from the Mugello, a hilly district to the north of Florence. They were not nobles, but belonged to the popolani grossi, or rich men of the people, and they were always prominent among those who contended with the Grandi. In 1291, Arderigo de' Medici was one of the priors. In 1314, Alverardo was gonfaloniere. His son Francesco helped to remodel the constitution after the expulsion of the Duke of Athens in 1343. The next Salvestro de' Medici, as gonfaloniere, was sympathetic towards the poorer people, and was considered partly responsible for the rising of the Ciompi in 1378. He was accordingly exiled in 1382. The real founder of the greatness of the family was Giovanni de' Ricci de' Medici, who was born in 1360 and made a large fortune in the banking business. He served the city as diplomatist in foreign courts, was gonfaloniere in 1421, and died in 1429. Giovanni's son was Cosimo, born in 1389. The nobles were still powerful, and in 1433, under Rinaldo Albizzi, they made a great effort against the Medici and induced the government to exile Cosimo for 10 years. But he had no sooner gone than the people learned to regret his absence, and to remember his splendid hospitality, his generosity, his courteous manners. He returned in 1434 and was hailed as father of his country. From this time, so long as the family existed, the Medici never lost their power in Florence. Cosimo's long and prosperous rule, which lasted till 1464, was like that of the Emperor Augustus in ancient Rome. All the forms of the Republic were preserved. Cosimo was no more than first citizen, with a lease of power renewed by the people from time to time, whenever he appealed for their support. The taxes were kept high, but the rich city could afford them, and the ample private income of Cosimo was spent in beautifying the city. He built the magnificent Palazzo Medici, now known as the Palazzo Riccardi. He greatly helped toward the splendid dome of the cathedral, which Filippo Brunelleschi raised, and the paintings of Tommaso Guidi, known as Masaccio, in the chapel of the Brancacci in the Carmelite church, which is on the other side of the Arno from the cathedral. Unlike other despots, Cosimo, the founder of the longest-lived of the Italian city dynasties, had no idea that his line would last after him. "I know the humours of my city," he said. "Before 50 years we shall be expelled, but my buildings will remain." Yet at his death in 1464, his son Piero was continued by the citizens in his father's honours. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. Italy from the death of Henry of Luxemburg, Part 3. Piero, though not so able as his father, was a generous, kindly man, and continued the popularity of the great family. He died in 1469, leaving 2 sons, Lorenzo and Giuliano, too young to rule the state as their father had done, but supported by the large number of families who were by this time attached to the Medici. In 1478 100 years after the rising of the Ciompi, a widespread conspiracy was formed to murder Lorenzo and Giuliano together. Pope Sixtus IV. Of the noble house of Della Rovere was hostile to the Medici family, which checked his designs for establishing his nephews as princes in the Romagna. He therefore supported the Pazzi, a Florentine family which had lost its offices under the Medicean rule, and a conspiracy was arranged with the knowledge of Sixtus. Lorenzo and Giuliano were to be invited to a dinner with Cardinal Riario, Sixtus IV's grand-nephew, who was on a visit to Florence, and were to be murdered there on Sunday, April 20th, 1478. For some reason, however, on the day of the feast, Giuliano sent word to say he could not come. So the conspirators, taking time by the forelock, resolved to murder the brothers that morning in the cathedral. At the service of Mass, when the bell was rung at the altar, and all knelt at the elevation of the host, Bernardo Bandini stabbed Giuliano de' Medici. Lorenzo escaped with a slight wound. It was intended to kill the priors in the public palace, who were in the Medici interest, but the people crowded in the streets, crying "Palle, Palle." The Medici arms were 3 red balls, and the conspirators were taken and many hanged. The incident shows the growing worldliness of churchmen, for besides Sixtus IV and Cardinal Riario, there was also the Archbishop of Pisa in the plot, whom the Florentines accordingly hanged. The worldliness of the Renaissance was appearing. The period of Alexander VI the Borgia, Julius II the warrior Della Rovere, and the Medici Pope Leo X himself. The failure of the conspiracy of the Pazzi confirmed the power of the Medici in Florence, and the state was from that time practically, though not legally, a monarchy. Milan may be considered the type of Italian despotism, Florence of Italian republicanism, Venice is the great oligarchy. Its history is quite different from that of every other Italian city, and no one who studies the past has ever failed to be attracted by the grand old city, which remained free and independent till Napoleon overthrew it in 1797. Venice is built on several islands in a lagoon at the head of the Adriatic. The water allowed its people little more space than was enough to build their houses on. Consequently, there was no territorial nobility, as there was round Florence, to come into the city to compete for the magistracy. The Venetians were all traders, and the ruling families were merchants. These great merchant families had no home, no refuge other than the city itself. They were therefore bound by prudence, as well as by community of interest, to keep on good terms with the rest of the people. Within their sea-girt city, aristocracy and populace had to live together. Trade was the only source of wealth, and internal tumult would have ruined it. The ruling families, who early acquired wealth, succeeded in keeping it. Statesmanship and prudence, the tradition of government, became, as it were, hereditary with them. With wonderful skill and tenacity, they guided the state through centuries of trouble, successful abroad, undisturbed by revolutions at home. The constitution of Venice, as it is seen in the middle of the 13th century, was the regular Italian one of 3 councils, a great council for legislation, a smaller council or senate to assist in the administration, a 3rd council for justice. The head official in Venice was called the Doge, with the special characteristic of being elected for life. The life tenure of the Doge put him above party, and made for the internal stability of the state, while extraordinary precautions were taken to prevent him ever becoming a despot. The Doge was elected by a very complicated process, by committees of the Great Council. The Great Council was supposed to be elected by the people, but in 1297 the election of members was shared out between the Great Council itself and the Council of Judges. This measure practically closed the Great Council to anyone except a member of the great noble families. In 1315 the names of all suitable candidates were written in the Golden Book, and from that time there were no further elections. The Great Council became hereditary. A young nobleman of any of the great families enrolled in the Golden Book took his seat per suas et virginti quinque annos, by reason of his family and of being 25 years old. In 1310 there was a popular rising under Benjamonte Tiepolo, of a family distinguished for its sympathy with the people. Tiepolo was exiled, however, and a council of 10 was appointed. Its proceedings were secret, and its business was to search out any signs of conspiracy and to quash it before it could come to anything. Acting on the principle that prevention is better than cure, the Council of 10 became the most powerful and most feared body in Venice. It gradually superseded the Senate in the direction of the policy of the state, and with the Doge and his 6 councillors it formed the real government of Venice. By reason of her geographical position, Venice had 3 great avenues of trade. One was toward the east by way of the Adriatic, the Aegean, the Levant. The second was through the eastern passes of the Alps into South Germany to the Danube and the Rhine. The third was into Lombardy by the river Po. The last 2 routes were at the mercy of hostile states or lords. In the Aegean and the Levant, Venice was exposed to the rivalry of the Republic of Genoa, and in the 15th and 16th century to the aggressive Turk. It was necessary for her prosperity that she should have a firm foreign policy directed by wise statesmen. Her oligarchic government gave this to her. The noble families who composed the government were all wealthy merchants, whose business affairs necessarily made them acquainted with political and economic conditions on the routes along which Venice traded. As hereditary statesmen, too, their policy was continuous and persistent. Of all the Italian states, Venice was the most independent in her external relations, and the one whose policy was most consistent and intelligible. The Venetians loved their city and were content to live in the narrow streets of their island home. But their food had to come from the mainland, and if the neighbouring cities and lords had combined to do so, they could have starved Venice out. But the persistence and continuity of her policy gave Venice an advantage over other cities where party politics fluctuated, or where the accident of birth put a weakling in a despot's place. In this way she was able, in 1338, to acquire Padua from the Della Scala lords of Verona. The practice of Venice, after acquiring an Italian town, was to grant itself government under Venetian supremacy. Along the coast of Dalmatia, Venice had established trading posts, which she fortified and garrisoned, so that Dalmatia was really a province under a Venetian governor. Crete, the Greek archipelago, the Bosphorus, and the Black Sea were also the scenes of Venice's fruitful commerce. On many of the Greek islands she had her governors and her forts. In Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, she had a special quarter of her own. In Trebizond, at the head of one of the great trade routes into Asia Minor and to the Far East, Venice traded by agreement with the Greek emperor of that small realm. The ancient city of Sinope was under the Turk, but Venice was allowed to trade there too. Nevertheless, the great commercial power in the Black Sea was Genoa, which not merely traded, as did Venice, in the Tatar towns of the Crimea, but actually herself owned one, Kaffa, which she had purchased from the Tatars, and where a new Genoa had arisen, with wharfs and warehouses and stately palaces. It was from Kaffa in 1348 that the Black Death is said to have been brought to Italy. Along the great trade routes which ended at Trebizond and Sinope were brought silk and spices and perfumed oil of the East, from India and China. From the Baltic and Russia down the great rivers came hemp, wood, and furs. The Black Sea was thus the centre of a wonderfully prosperous trade. The Genoese merchants knew both Russia and Persia, and had even their own forts in the Euphrates valley. In the middle of the 14th century, a prolonged war was fought between the two great commercial republics, Genoa and Venice. The issue at stake was trade predominance in the eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea, just as Rome and Carthage in earlier days fought for control of the Mediterranean. The actual occasion of the war in 1350 was the attempt of Genoa to prevent Venice from trading with the Tatars of Tana in the Crimea, with whom the Genoese were at war. Venice, being neutral, objected to her peaceful and lucrative trade being cut off by the Genoese blockade, and so war began. If the Genoese had been able to establish a real blockade in the Black Sea, the Venetians would thenceforward only have traded there with her consent. The hostilities were all at sea, and several notable battles were fought. At the end of January 1352, a titanic struggle took place outside the Golden Horn itself. All day and all night the ships of the Genoese admiral Doria and of the Venetian admiral Pisani fought each other. In the darkness they divined one another's presence by sound, not by sight, and when a gust of wind favoured, they let themselves go before it and rammed. This fight proved about equally destructive to both sides. Next year, 1353, the Venetian and Aragonese fleets destroyed or captured the greater part of the Genoese fleet under Admiral Grimaldi off Loiera on the Sardinian coast. But in 1354 the Genoese under Paganino Doria utterly crushed the Venetian fleet off Sapienza, Porto Longo, in the Greek archipelago. Louis, King of Hungary, took the opportunity to descend upon Dalmatia, where Venice held the coast towns Zara, Spalato, Trau. Although she left them their municipal government under Venetian podestà of good family, the inhabitants, who were Slavs, were by no means loyal to her. In 1357 and 8, Louis re-won the Illyrian coast, leaving to Venice her control of the March of Treviso. In 1378, the great struggle between Genoa and Venice began again, on a scale which seemed likely to ensure the destruction of one or other of the republics. The enemies of Venice were many, but the devotion of her people gave her the ultimate victory. These maritime wars were fought not with condottieri, as were the land wars, but with the sailors of the two republics, commanded by men of the ruling families, the Doria, the Grimaldi of Genoa, the Pisani, Morosini, and other famous houses of Venice. The first battle of this renewed war took place in 1378 off what is now the great arsenal of Austria-Hungary, Pola. The Venetian fleet was signally defeated, and for his failure the Admiral Pisani was imprisoned after his return to Venice. The Genoese were not slow to follow up their advantage. In alliance with the Carrarese, the lords of Padua, then in revolt from Venice, they laid siege to Chioggia, a Venetian town 25 miles down the mainland at the entrance of the lagoon between the low-lying mainland on the one hand and the Argire, the narrow strip of river silt, on the other. The capture of Chioggia laid Venice, hitherto impregnable behind her shallow lagoons, open to attack. The boast of Admiral Doria that he would bridle the bronze horses of St. Mark seemed like coming true. The Venetian government was forced by the clamour of the people to sue for peace, but the terms demanded by Genoa were too high, and the people again thought of defence. The Doge, an aged man, belonging to a famous old family, the Contarini, showed energy and decision. The people called outside the prison for the release of Admiral Pisani, who was liberated and who at once set to work to complete the defence of the city with booms and chains and ships. From his command in the eastern Mediterranean came Cardinal Zeno to help his suffering country. At the beginning of December 1379, the Doge and Pisani led forth the fleet they had got together, and began a prolonged series of most skilful and patient operations by land and sea, the object of which was to blockade Chioggia and force the garrison and fleet to surrender. Soon the Genoese in Chioggia began to suffer from lack of food, but as other ships of theirs were cruising in strength and commanded the Adriatic, the Venetians themselves were still in danger of starving. On January 1st, 1380, the ships of Carlo Zeno managed to join with the blockading fleet of Contarini and Pisani. The Genoese in Chioggia suffered a misfortune. First, their admiral Doria was killed by masonry which one of the rude Venetian land cannon had managed to hit. His successor Grimaldi, and subsequently Spinola and Marufo, maintained the defence, which in many respects recalls the famous blockade of the Spartans in Sphacteria by the Athenians during the Peloponnesian War. By June the Genoese were starved out and surrendered on terms. The struggle went on between the two republics for another year, each becoming more and more exhausted. The recapture of Chioggia had saved Venice, but could not give her the victory. She ceded the March of Treviso to the Duke of Austria, had to leave the Illyrian sea-coast in the possession of Hungary, and to be content with peace without compensation from Genoa in August 1381. Padua was left free to the Carrara family. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. Italy from the death of Henry of Luxemburg, Part 4. The war had cost Venice most serious losses in men and ships and untold sums of money. She had lost her possessions on the east of the Adriatic. Yet it was Genoa which suffered in the long run. She never recovered the great commercial position which she had before the War of Chioggia, while the Venetians, having a stable form of government, not subject to revolutions, and being a people completely given up to trade, gradually restored their losses and built up a new empire. Genoa was in some respects a feudal state with a landed nobility and with party factions. She had powerful neighbours too, who rather overshadowed her. France, a neighbour by land, Aragon by sea. Venice had only the weak Germanic confederation to the north of the Alps, and between herself and the advancing Turks was the inert Byzantine Empire. Having saved her foreign markets and her maritime commerce, Venice now set forth to establish a dominion on the mainland. There were three reasons for this policy. One was that Venice was dependent on the mainland for food. The second was that her valuable salt pans there required to be protected. The third was that the land routes, as well as the sea routes, had to be guarded. Her wars on the mainland were not aggressive, nor waged to win territory, but were a natural reaction against the all-conquering family of the Visconti. In her maritime operations, Venetians fought in the ships, and Venetians commanded the fleet. But in the wars on the mainland, Venice employed mercenaries under the best condottieri captains whom she could hire. A successful general who was a native Venetian would, it was considered, be dangerous to the stability of the state. The mercenary generals were accompanied by a kind of field deputies from the Venetian government to pay the troops and watch their movements. At first, in 1389 and 1390, Venice was in alliance with John Galeazzo Visconti. Galeazzo by this means gained Verona and Padua, which had been client cities of Venice. He, however, died in 1402, and Venice regained the cities. By 1420 a portion of the maritime district of Istria came under the sway of Venice. Thus safeguarded in the east, she was able to turn her attention again to the west. Milan was under the able and pertinacious Filippo Maria Visconti, who was at war with the Free Republic of Florence. The Florentines asked for the alliance of Venice, the only other really free republic of the north, for even Genoa was under the influence of the Visconti. The Venetian government, urged by the strong-minded Doge Francesco Foscari, and realizing the disastrous consequences that would ensue if the Visconti state increased much more, joined the Florentines, and 20 years of intermittent war with Milan followed. The Venetian general was the renowned Carmagnola. He had left the Visconti as Filippo Maria was treating him below, as he considered, his deserts. The war was on a scale seldom seen in Italy in the later Middle Ages, as many as 70,000 men being sometimes in the field at once. Yet it was singularly bloodless. Carmagnola was a master of the tactics of the day. In 1426 he captured Brescia. In 1427 he captured the Visconti general Carlo Malatesta and 8,000 men, without the death of a single soldier, it was said. By 1428 the land frontier of Venice had been extended up to the river Adda. The war, however, dragged on, and Carmagnola's tactics grew ever more careful and slow. It was believed that he was prolonging the war, as unscrupulous lazy workmen prolong the jobs on which they are engaged. In 1431 a fleet of Venetian galleys was destroyed by the Milanese on the river Po, and Carmagnola was blamed for not bringing up his troops in time. He was recalled to Venice in 1432 to make a report, seized, tortured, and then executed in front of St. Mark's. After Carmagnola, the great general was Francesco Sforza, who had also made his name in the service of the Visconti, and who was in later days himself to be the Duke of Milan. In 1439 Sforza made a masterly campaign by Lake Garda and saved Brescia from Piccinino, the skilful but impetuous general of Milan. In 1441 peace was made, but not for long. Filippo Maria died in 1447, and the Milanese Republic was re-established for a brief period. Venice was offered peace, but refused it, as restitution of all the places she had lost was not offered. In 1448 Sforza, now in the service of Milan, again captured the whole of the infantry of the Venetian army, with the loss, it is said, of only one man. The blow was severe, and the next Venetian commander, Bartolomeo Colleoni, although one of the greatest, could do no more than maintain himself against Sforza. In 1450 Francesco Sforza became Duke of Milan with the help of Cosimo de' Medici, and Venice felt herself to be in greater peril than ever. She therefore sought to create a new balance of power in Italy, and allied herself with the kingdom of Naples. Florence took the amiable René of Anjou, who was a pretender to the throne of Naples, into her service, and undertook war on the side of Milan. Lombardy had a taste of the method of fighting of French soldiers, very different from the milder methods of condottieri. Venice was feeling the strain of her long period of war. On May 29th, 1453, Constantinople fell, and for a moment the quarrels of Italy were almost forgotten. In 1454, partly through the influence of Pope Nicholas V, the Peace of Lodi was signed. Milan, Naples, Venice, Florence, and all the little powers who had been fighting made peace. Venice retained the bulk of the territory she had won since the Great War opened in 1426, including the fine cities of Bergamo and Brescia. Her food supply was now secure, and her land routes comparatively safe. Her power was as yet unquestioned at sea. Her agreements with the Turks assured her trade at Constantinople. Though not unchallenged, she was to remain mistress of the world's commerce for another half-century, till the daring Portuguese sailors opened the sea route to India. The aristocracy of Venice, like the senators of the ancient Roman Republic, had steered the ship of state through stormy seas with constancy and skill. Sober, dignified councillors, clad in plain dark clothes, as they appear still in the pictures of the 16th century, which the Italians call the Cinquecento, they were eminently fitted to rule a mercantile state. Yet once at least their rule was seriously questioned. In 1355, no less a person than Doge Marino Faliero, a jealous old man of over 70 years, entered into a conspiracy with discontented members of the plebeian order to overthrow the oligarchy. The plot was discovered by the secret agents of the Ten, and Marino Faliero was decapitated on the great staircase of the court of the ducal palace. When the deed was done, the palace gates were thrown open, and a grave member of the Ten announced to the waiting people, "Justice has been done on a great villain." In the palace, among the pictures of the Doges, only a blank space is found where the picture of Marino Faliero should be. The term of Venetian Doge has been used in modern times as another name for a constitutional monarch of a very limited kind. Yet an able Doge could exert a great influence. It was during the long period of Francesco Foscari, who was Doge from 1423 to 1457, that Venice built up her power on the Italian mainland, a policy which he never ceased to urge. Under him, Venice, notwithstanding the long wars, reached probably the height of her prosperity, and justified the noble words of Wordsworth's sonnet on her downfall in 1797. Foscari had more power than most of the Doges, for in the long wars and times of trouble people turned to him, the most determined of all the noblemen, for strength. When 86 years old he was still Doge, stricken in years and by the loss of 4 sons. The Ten would not allow him to end his days in peace as Doge, nor would the determined old man resign the office from which, shortly before, the government had refused to release him at his own request. But in 1457 the Council of Ten voted him a pension and dismissed him from office. When Francesco Foscari, alone, rejecting all support, slowly descended the steps of the ducal palace before the eyes of the silent councillors, the greatest figure of Venice departed from it, and her greatest days were over. The chief contribution of Italy in the 14th century to mankind consists in great works of literature and in the revival of classical studies. For the Renaissance is not a specific event which took place after the fall of Constantinople, or with the discovery of printing, or indeed at any particular time. The Middle Ages were always being reborn, and classical studies were always being revived, just as science never was extinct, although charlatanry often accompanied the genuine experiments of the alchemists. Giovanni Boccaccio was one who did much both to revive classical studies and to create modern literature. The son of a Florentine merchant, Boccaccio is typical of the great city of the Arno, for he was himself a merchant, a diplomatist, a student, and a man of letters. Yet literature came always first with him. He was born in 1313. It is doubtful whether at Paris or at Certaldo, near Florence, and was brought up for the career of a merchant. At the age of 20, he was sent by his father to Naples, to the counting house of some merchant with whom his father was connected. There Boccaccio was introduced into the society of King Robert's court, the gayest and most brilliant court in this period, except Avignon, when every other great state was at war. Boccaccio met and fell in love with Maria, a lady who, though she returned his affection, could never marry him, as she was already married. She appears in several of his works as Fiammetta, and he cherished her memory to the end of his life. In 1350 he returned at his father's bidding to Florence, just after the Great Plague, so that, though not himself an eyewitness, he had abundant material for the terrible description he gives of it at the opening of the Decameron. In 1353 the Decameron was completed, copied, and published in manuscript. These 100 little novels, written in smooth, simple, flexible language, are rightly considered to have made modern Italian prose. In spite of their frequent indecency, which accurately reflects the immorality of both the upper and lower classes of Italian society at that time, they remain ever charming by reason of their humour, their wit, their easy-flowing narrative, their sketches of character. These novels, he says, will do good or harm according to the spirit in which they are read. This is the apology of every indecent writer, and need not be admitted. Boccaccio was a creature of his time. The tone of his work reflects the tone of his age, and the Decameron is an historical document, one of the marks by which we can judge of the progress which the world makes. In 1573 a new edition was printed at Florence under the authority of Pope Gregory XIII, with what were the passages then considered to be objectionable removed. That is to say, for the names of priests and monks, the names of laymen were substituted. Otherwise, the novels remain the same. As a student, Boccaccio is of real importance as a copyist of classical manuscripts, a fruitful work of which very little had been done since the time of Charlemagne. When visiting the famous abbey of Monte Cassino from Naples, he had seen with horror the dusty, uncared-for muniment room from which the monks took manuscripts to make psalters and amulets. Boccaccio learned Greek, wrote a Latin version of the Odyssey, helped to found a chair of Greek in the University of Florence, and had this, among other things, as a great bond of interest between himself and Petrarch, the most classical writer of the Middle Ages. A genuine lover of Greek and Latin studies, Boccaccio yet had no idea of an artificial revival of those studies as written tongues. His own work was done, not entirely indeed, but mainly, in Italian prose and verse, and it was from this that Chaucer drew his inspiration. Boccaccio was a great admirer of the national literature of Italy, and may be said to have begun that great body of Dante scholarship which is such a prominent feature of Italian learning today. In 1373 he accepted the position of professor at the University of Florence, with the sole duty of expounding the Divina Commedia. The result of his studies was a valuable life of Dante and a commentary on the first 16 cantos of the Inferno. He died at Certaldo in 1375, the year after his friend Petrarch. Florence was a home of literature as of classical studies in the 14th century, yet of her 3 great sons, 3 of the greatest names in the literary history of the Middle Ages, Dante spent most of his life in exile, Boccaccio was born elsewhere and died outside Florence, Petrarch was born the son of an exiled citizen of Florence and only came to it on visits. Petrarch was, in his time, the greatest literary figure in Europe, an arbiter of letters, welcomed in the court of princes, the correspondent of an emperor. Very different was his sunny life from the tragic history of the mighty Dante, but Petrarch was cast in a lighter mould. Filled with high principle, an intellectual and sentimental appreciation of all that was great and good, he himself trod the primrose path, writing magnificent appeals to political liberty, calling on the spirit of the Italian nation to rise, but himself living at ease in the courts of tyrants, who, proud of his distinguished presence, viewed with tolerance and good humour his effusions against despotism, his sonorous praise of liberty. Yet he must not be denied his meed of praise. A great master of pure Italian poetry, a great lover of Italy, he is one of the creators of the Italian nation. As a student of the classics, he is one of the leading figures of the Renaissance, a momentous promoter of the new learning. Petrarch was born on July 20th, 1304, at Arezzo, where his father had gone into exile in consequence of the same party struggle that had driven Dante from Florence. The mother was not condemned to share the banishment of the father. She brought up young Petrarch at Ancisa, a small property of her husband's on the Arno, 14 miles from Florence. In 1313, after a brief period at Pisa, the elder Petrarch took his family to Avignon, where he probably was able to pursue his profession as a lawyer. In Avignon the genius of young Petrarch expanded to a more ample degree than might have happened amid the intense but perhaps circumscribed life of the city-state of Florence. At the age of 15, Petrarch was sent to study law at the University of Montpellier, one of the most famous schools of law and medicine in the Middle Ages. 4 years of attending lectures did not make him a lawyer. He was a great reader of Cicero, but it was the rhetorician in Cicero, not the lawyer, that Petrarch loved. From Montpellier his father sent him to the equally famous school of law, Bologna, but still little progress was made. Once his father visited him there, and finding Petrarch's small library of profane works, for the youth was already a collector of manuscripts, threw them into the fire. But the son's tears of genuine anguish melted the stern lawyer's heart, and he rescued Virgil and Cicero from the flames. Virgil, with his rich appeal from ancient Rome, his wonderful poetic imagery, his musical and lofty diction, was the inspirer of all great Italian poetry. To Petrarch he was, as to Dante, the master whom he followed. With Cicero, Petrarch has genuine natural affinity. Patriotic, eloquent, intensely egotistical, proud of his position and talents, he became even more like Cicero in later life, after his momentous discovery of the letters to Atticus at Verona in 1345. Petrarch had a great gift of friendship, and to communicate with his absent friends like Boccaccio by carefully written literary epistles was one of the chief pleasures of his life. As he did not take kindly to the study of law, Petrarch chose the only other course which would provide a competence for a man of his studious but by no means ascetic temperament. He took holy orders, and henceforth lived comfortably on the proceeds of his preferments, not performing any clerical duties so far as we know, but visiting his friends and patrons, and writing and studying, not intensely perhaps, but continuously. The grand era of the discovery of forgotten classical manuscripts was beginning. Petrarch took part in these great adventures, and when he died, bequeathed his library to Venice. His life was spent partly at Avignon, where he describes in burning words the sinfulness of the papal court, and where he first saw Laura in 1327, the inspirer of his sonnets. In 1333 he took refuge from his hopeless passion, for Laura, it seems, was married, and Petrarch was a priest, in travel to Paris, Ghent, Liège, and the great ecclesiastical city of Germany, Cologne. In 1337 he took a small house at Vaucluse, Wallis Clausa, the little valley of the Sorgue, 10 miles from Avignon. Here he lived a solitary life, studying, writing, walking about the sources of the Sorgue, learning to show that appreciation of hills and mountains which was just beginning, after having been forgotten since Horace's time, in the later Middle Ages. Here he says, "I have made 2 gardens that please me wonderfully. I do not think they are to be equalled in all the world. I am positively angry that there is anything so beautiful out of Italy. One of these gardens is shady, formed for contemplation, and sacred to Apollo. It overhangs the source of the river, and is terminated by rocks and by places accessible only to birds. The other is nearer my cottage, of an aspect less severe, and devoted to Bacchus, and what is extremely singular, it is in the midst of a rapid river. The approach to it is over a bridge of rocks, and there is a natural grotto under the rocks which gives them the appearance of a rustic bridge. Into this grotto the rays of the sun never penetrate. I am confident that it much resembles the place where Cicero went to declaim. It invites to study. Hither I retreat during the noontide hours. My mornings are engaged upon the hills or in the garden sacred to Apollo. Here I would most willingly pass my days, were I not too near Avignon and too far from Italy. For why should I conceal this weakness of my soul? I love Italy, and I hate Avignon. The pestilential influence of this horrid place empoisons the pure air of Vaucluse, and will compel me to quit my retirement. Yet he could not keep away from Avignon while Laura was alive. She died of the great pestilence in April 1348. Many poems in his Canzonieri in pure Italian were written at Vaucluse, as this after meeting Laura in the streets of Avignon. Tired, did you say, of loving you? Oh no, I ne'er shall tire of the unwearying flame. But I am weary, kind and cruel dame, with tears that uselessly and ceaseless flow, scorning myself and scorned by you. I long for death, but let no gravestone hold in view our names conjoined, nor tell my passion strong upon the dust that glowed through life for you. And yet this heart of amorous faith deserves a better boon, but cruel, hard as is my fortune, I will bless love's bands forever, if you give me this reward. From Vaucluse and Avignon, Petrarch went in 1341 to Naples, where King Robert's court was still the home of the lighter learning and the muses. The same year he received the poet's laurel crown from the Senate on the capital of Rome. After that, Milan, Padua, Parma were places of his residence, with an occasional visit to his friend Boccaccio at Florence. All the time he was collecting classical manuscripts and writing Latin letters and verses. The Visconti employed him as a diplomatist, and in 1353 he made a great oration before the Doge and the Council of Venice, endeavouring to persuade them, without effect, to stop their war with Genoa. Petrarch was one of those inspired men who dreamed of peace and unity in Italy, and like Dante, looked for a controlling monarch, Rienzi, Charles IV. In both of these he was disappointed. With the republics he was not more successful, though he addressed impassioned words to the Doge of Venice. My love for my country forces me to break silence. The goodness of your character encourages me. Can I hold my peace when I hear the symptoms of a coming storm that menaces my beloved country? Two puissant peoples are flying to arms. Two flourishing cities are agitated by the approach of war. These cities are placed by nature, like the two eyes of Italy, the one in the south and west, the other in the east and north, to dominate over the two seas that surround them, so that even after the destruction of the Roman Empire, this beautiful country was still regarded as the queen of the world. I know that proud nations denied her the empire of the land, but who dared ever to dispute with her the empire of the sea? Brave men, powerful people, I speak here to both of you. What is your object? To what do you aspire? What will be the end of your dissensions? It is not the blood of the Carthaginians or Numantians that you are about to spill, but it is Italian blood, the blood of a people who would be the first to start up and offer to spend their blood if any barbarous nation were to attempt a new eruption among us. In that event, Their bodies would be the bucklers and ramparts of our common country. With this message we may leave Petrarch. He died on July 18th, 1374, in his library in the small house he had retired to at Arqua, near Padua, among the Euganean hills. He saw the union of Italy afar off. He prepared, too, for the Renaissance. Himself unable to read in the Greek tongue, a Latinist in scholarship, an Italian in poetry, he pointed the way to that sublime and noble country of classical literature, through only half of which he himself could travel. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. The 100 Years' War. The second part. Part 1. Charles V of France died on September 16th, 1380, leaving his son Charles VI, a minor of 11 years old. The regency was carried on by the late king's brothers, the Dukes of Anjou and Burgundy, but the Duke of Burgundy took the chief part. Charles V had been a strong king. He had made some improvements in the administration and had kept a firm hand upon the nobles, preventing private wars and maintaining the royal rights over their castles. Toward the end of his reign, as peace became more established, he had done something to reduce the taxes. But under the regency, the taxation was increased again. This provoked an insurrection in Paris in 1382, that of the Maillotins, so named from the leaden mallets which they used. In Languedoc there was an insurrection of Touchins, who lurked in the Touche, the brushwood or woodlands of the province. Such local insurrections were a feature of French history until the centralization of government in the crown was completely established under Louis XI, and even after that time they did not wholly cease. England had had the Peasants' Revolt in 1381. The states of Western Europe were never quite free from such movements in the Middle Ages. The old troubles between the Counts of Flanders and the burghers still continued. The crown and the nobles of France naturally supported the Count, who was a French feudatory. Philip van Artevelde, a son of the famous Jacques, who made such an imposing figure at the opening of the 100 Years' War under Edward III, again raised the citizens of Ghent to assert their independence. A French army advanced into Flanders. Charles VI, aged 13, went with it. At the Battle of Rosbecque on November 27, 1382, the Flemings were defeated with great slaughter. It was the victory of a feudal army fighting in armour with lance and mace in the old style. The war with England continued in a desultory way, on the whole to the advantage of the French. The government of Charles VI was fairly efficient. His legal majority had been fixed for the age of 16, and on attaining this, he allowed his affairs to be administered by the former councillors of his father, trained officials rather than noblemen, to the exclusion of his uncles. The old trained councillors of Charles VI were nicknamed marmousets, men of no significance, no birth. But they were good administrators, and the country would have done well enough under them and under Charles VI, if he had retained his senses. But in 1392 he had a fit of insanity at Le Mans, and though after that he had fairly long periods of sanity, lucid intervals as one French chronicler calls them, he never was fit to govern again. It was this which brought internal strife into the kingdom, civil war which in time gave the opportunity to foreign invasion. The civil war of Burgundians and Armagnacs made possible the partition of France by Henry V of England. The dissensions of rival noblemen were aggravated by the power which these rivals wielded. Philip the Bold, Le Hardi, the uncle of Charles VI, was the fourth son of King John the Good, whom the Black Prince had taken prisoner at the Battle of Poitiers. Philip was John's favourite son, and had been given the Duchy of Burgundy by his father in 1363. Thus, subject only to his feudal allegiance to the French crown, he was an independent monarch, with a very large feudal state in the east and northeast of France. Louis, Duke of Orleans, the brother of Charles VI, was not so strong a man as the Duke of Burgundy. He was a cultivated man, a poet of taste and ability. His son inherited his poetic abilities, and in other ways followed in his father's steps. Philip the Bold of Burgundy died in 1404, and was succeeded in his great domains, the Duchy and County of Burgundy, the counties of Charolais, Rethel, Nevers, and many other places, by his son, John the Fearless. John was a small man with a massive, coarse head, no scruples, and enormous ambition. He was 34 years old, and meant to rule the kingdom in the madness of the king. But Louis of Orleans was in possession of the power. In 1405, the Duke of Burgundy took his seat in the king's council. Disputes quickly arose. John the Fearless acted as a reformer, criticizing the high taxes which Louis of Orleans was imposing to meet the expenses of the war with England. For since Henry IV of Lancaster had come to the English throne in 1399, a desultory state of war with England had begun again. Of the two dukes, one, Louis, was the head of the royal government. The other, John, could put many thousands of feudal retainers into the field. The enmity between the two looked like becoming civil war on many occasions, but it was smoothed over from time to time, till November 23rd, 1407, when Louis, Duke of Orleans, was assassinated. He had gone to the Hôtel Barbette to see the Queen, who had just had her 12th child, and on his leaving in the evening he was stabbed to death in the narrow dark street by a band of masked men. Next day, in the royal council, the Duke of Burgundy calmly confided to the Dukes of Anjou and Berry that he had arranged the assassination. After that he left Paris, where the common people supported his party, and betook himself to his own domains. He came back stronger than ever in February 1408, and was received with joyful cries of "Noel, Noel" by the populace. He demanded to have his case heard before the great men of the kingdom in the Hôtel Saint Paul, the magnificent edifice which Charles V had built. There, before the royal dukes, Jean Petit, a master of the University of Paris, read with a calm voice a justification of the Duke of Burgundy in having the tyrant, Duke of Orleans, assassinated. This amazing scene took place on April 8th and lasted from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. The young Duke Charles of Orleans took up his father's cause, and a feud began which was not terminated till 1435, after bringing incalculable disasters upon France. Young Charles of Orleans, he was only 16 at his father's death, had a strong man to rely on. This was Bernard VII, Count of Armagnac, a French nobleman of great estates in the southwest of France and Gascony, both in that part of it which was occupied by the English and in the part which was directly under the French crown. The Orleanist or Armagnac party, as it was called, sought by arms to keep control over the royal government and to expel the influence of the murderous Duke of Burgundy. Intermittent civil war went on till the invasion of France by Henry V of England in 1415. The English government had taken advantage of the civil war in France to regain their influence. In 1411, through young Prince Henry, his father being ill, they made an alliance with the Duke of Burgundy, and sent him 1,200 men under the Duke of Clarence, with whose help the Burgundians drove the Armagnacs out of Saint-Cloud. Next year the Armagnac party sent representatives to England to make an alliance, and King Henry IV, who seems to have preferred their cause to the Burgundian, granted their request. But the mad King of France, Charles VI, had a period of sanity in which he forced the Burgundians and Armagnacs to be reconciled, so that when a small English force landed to support the Duke of Orleans, they found they were not wanted. They returned to England after being paid for their services. Both the parties in turn now had made an alliance with the enemy of France. The fatal consequences of this were shortly to be experienced. Henry IV died on March 20th, 1413, and was succeeded by his eldest son, Henry V, who soon displayed the intention of regaining the lost English provinces in France. Meanwhile, France had been troubled by another internal tumult. This time a popular rising in Paris, where under a certain Skinner Caboche, the people, in sympathy with the Duke of Burgundy, but without his active support, rose to demand reforms on the part of the government. The result of this civic revolution was the promulgation of the Ordonnance Cabochienne, which was published on May 27, 1413. In some ways it is like the reforms demanded in England from time to time from Henry IV and Henry VI. The excessive gifts of land to the nobles by which the crown was impoverished were to be recalled. The royal councillors and great officials were to be appointed by election. The proposed reforms were excellent, but the royal government, torn between ambitious factions, could not carry them out. In August 1415, the English invaded the distracted kingdom. Henry V had formally laid claim to the throne of France as the heir of Edward III. Strictly speaking, the Lancastrians had only a parliamentary title to the English throne. They were not the heirs by blood of Edward III. Yet Henry V soon came to believe with a religious fervour that he had a right to the French throne. Various compromises were suggested, but proved unsuitable, and on August 11th, 1415, the English king set sail from Southampton. He landed his force, in all about 30,000 men, including masons, carpenters, and various people attached to the non-combatant services of the army, in the estuary of the Seine without resistance. His immediate objective was the town of Harfleur, which was at once besieged. After a good defence by the Sire de Gaucourt, who had only a few hundred trained soldiers, it capitulated on September 22nd, 1415. According to the policy from which Henry V never departed in his wars, the surrendered town was humanely treated. After a fortnight's rest, the English army, reduced by losses during the siege, and by the garrison left in Harfleur, set out to march through the north-east to Calais, the great English fortress in France. The aim of Henry V in this march is not at all obvious. It certainly would not have been safe for him to go straight back from Harfleur to England, with nothing but a small town gained, and with the loss of half his army. He may have hoped to entice the French to a pitched battle, where he might put his whole fortune to the stake. The desperate venture was successful. Henry was probably counting on the neutrality, at least, of the Duke of Burgundy, whose secret negotiations with him in 1414 have only recently come to light. But John the Fearless was not a safe man to rely upon. Henry V was a man who exacted the whole of what he considered his just rights, but was unswervingly bent on being equally just to others. The strictest discipline was preserved in his army, and plunderers were hung or buried alive in the ground. In this way the army made an exciting march, finding its way with difficulty, and being nearly cut off several times by apparently bridgeless rivers, for there seem to have been no maps of any kind in use in the English army. Meanwhile, John the Fearless kept to his own dominions, and the Armagnacs were left in control of what there was of the royal government. John's policy was clearly double. By abstaining from the French side, he did nothing to incur the hostility of Henry V, should the English king prove successful. Yet he allowed his son Philip, known afterwards as Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, to fight in the French army. The French government were very slow to get their great forces ready, and it was not till 2 months after Henry V had landed that they were really able to meet him. However, when the English army, numbering about 11,000 men, of whom perhaps 9,000 were longbowmen, were drawing near to Calais, they found their way barred by about 50,000 French, mainly nobles and men-at-arms, organized like the feudal armies of 60 years before. In spite of their time and opportunities, the French had not chosen a particularly good position, as, owing to the nature of the country, they could not make use of their great numbers. If they had only let Henry V go back to England with his disconsolate and diminished forces, they might never have been troubled by him again. But the lessons of the great Constable du Guesclin were forgotten. On October 25th, 1415, they attacked the English, who were planted on the flat ground, with woods on either flank, between the villages of Agincourt and Tramcourt. The heavily armoured, dismounted men-at-arms of the French army were almost immobilized by the muddy ground, for it had been raining for days, and by the congestion due to the narrow field. The English archers shot them down, and then finished off the rest with their knives and hatchets. The losses are computed by modern French historians at 400 to 500 for the English, about 7,000 for the French. The French losses were all from the class of noblemen, and as the noblesse formed what might be called the standing army of France, the disaster was a crippling one. After the battle, Henry V marched on to Calais and returned to England, as his men were too few and his communications too insecure to admit of his taking immediate advantage of his signal victory. The rest of the 100 Years' War may be divided into 3 periods. First, the conquest of Normandy and the whole northern part of the French kingdom, a period which may be taken as ending with the death of Henry V in 1422. Second, the period ending in 1431, in which the great figures are the Duke of Bedford on the English side and Joan of Arc on the French. During most of this second period, the English were maintaining their conquests, but at the end of it, the French were beginning steadily to regain what they had lost. The third period may be taken to be from the death of Joan of Arc on May 28, 1431, to 1453, when the English were finally expelled from the whole of France except Calais. The most significant event in this third period was the action of Philip the Good of Burgundy, indefinitely leaving the English side and joining himself to the French national cause. In this long struggle, the representatives of monarchy on either side were notable men. Henry V of England was a man with a fixed idea, that his duty to God and his people lay in establishing his claim, his just right as he considered it, to the crown of France. It would be natural to expect that a man of such a fixed and illogical idea would have a rigid mind without any real intellectual capacity. But the contrary is true. Henry V had probably the most original mind of all the English kings. He was perhaps the only medieval general outside Italy who systematically thought out whole campaigns as distinct from battles. The idea of practically all other medieval generals, like the Black Prince, Du Guesclin is to a certain extent an exception, was quite properly to meet the enemy's forces and to defeat them. But having gained a battle, they did not know what more to do. they could only think of laying waste the surrounding country or besieging a neighbouring town. Henry V, on the other hand, in his campaigns after Agincourt, always proceeded throughout upon a definite plan. He marked out a series of towns, the possession of which would secure a particular province or district. He then began to take in those towns in a definite order or series, so that the conquest of one should make easier the conquest of the next, and so that he should also have a real system of communications, a chain of posts with garrisons connecting his field army with his bases on the sea and with any other point with which he wished to keep in touch. He never laid waste the country, but was careful to give just and regular administration, so that the occupied districts were held with surprising ease. The representative of monarchy on the French side belonged to a different type of man. The Dauphin, who, after the death of the mad king Charles VI in 1422 became Charles VII, did not give people the impression of being a strong man, but his coolness, his pertinacity, and the shrewdness which he showed in using men with certain kinds of ability, enabled him in the long run not merely to witness the expulsion of the English from France, but to see the monarchy rising on the ruins of the 100 Years' War to the highest point it had ever reached, with the whole government centralized in the king. No one ever quite got to the bottom of Charles VII's mind or heart. He had always something in reserve, and though he knew what his own mind was, he never told anyone else, or even showed that it was made up. Therefore, although he gave no outward signs of strength or brilliance, everyone respected him, and everyone was a little afraid of him. His long tenure of power, practically from the time of Agincourt till his death in 1461, made him, through all the vicissitudes of France during that period, the representative of French national feeling, the type or symbol of the permanence of the independent French nation. It is for this reason that this somewhat enigmatical king may be considered as the founder of the later French monarchy, the autocratic national monarchy of Francis I, or Louis XIV. On August 1st, 1417, Henry V returned to France and began the conquest of Normandy. He made a defensive agreement with the Duke of Burgundy, who forbade Burgundian subjects to answer the call of the King of France. Henry first laid siege to Caen, which capitulated on September 20th, 1417. Then he gradually advanced into Upper Normandy, proposing to work round and to come upon Rouen from the south, after having cut its communications with Paris. This enterprise occupied winter and spring, 1417-18. On June 23rd, 1418, the important town and castle of Louviers were taken, and a few weeks' more work completed the isolation of Rouen. Meanwhile, the Duke of Burgundy had gained an entrance to Paris, where the Armagnac party had been behaving with great license and cruelty. The entrance of the Burgundians was followed by a massacre of Armagnacs in the prisons. John the Fearless now controlled the government, and, disregarding his conventions with the English, began to take some measures for defence. When Henry V laid siege to Rouen, it was defended by a Burgundian captain, Guy le Bouteiller. The Burgess militia and bowmen were under a local man, Alain Blanchard, whom Henry afterwards hung. The siege was long and miserable, both sides showing the greatest courage and endurance. It was not till January 19th, 1419, that Rouen capitulated. Henry V then completed the conquest of Normandy and organized the government after much the same fashion as it had been under the French. Numbers of the smaller gentlemen and clergy accepted his rule and swore allegiance to him, but not the greater nobles or prelates. Here Henry's conquests might have stopped, For the Duke of Burgundy and the Armagnacs, among whom the Dauphin was now the chief man, with Tanneguy de Chastel, the provost of Paris, were coming into accord. At the same time, Duke John did not break off his negotiations with the English. He was, in fact, playing a double game. On September 10th, 1419, he and the Dauphin met on a bridge thrown over the Seine at Montereau to discuss how they might work together. Sharp words arose between them, and Duke John is said to have made a threatening gesture. He was at once cut down by Tanneguy de Chastel and others. The effect of the murder at Montereau was to throw the Burgundian party onto the side of the English. This explains the rapid successes of Henry V which followed. The English forces were pushing on from Normandy into Champagne. On May 20th, 1420, King Henry and the young Duke Philip of Burgundy met at Troyes. The Queen and the mad King Charles VI and his daughter Catherine had their court there with the Burgundians. All the preliminaries had been arranged beforehand, and on May 21st the famous Treaty of Troyes was signed. The Dauphin was declared to be disinherited. Henry V was to be heir of the King of France. The laws and constitution of the Kingdom of France were to be maintained as before. The great lords, French and English, swore to the treaty in the Cathedral Church of Troyes, and Henry married the Princess Catherine. Yet Henry V never became King of France, nor did his power ever extend much south of Paris. The rest of the country outside Burgundy remained under the Dauphin, who, although cut off from the Channel, was able to receive assistance through Poitou from Scotland. Refusing to acquiesce in his own disinheritance, he kept his court at Bourges, surrounding himself with subtle, determined counsellors like Tanneguy du Chastel, and hard-fighting captains like the bastard of Orleans, La Hire, Poton de Santrailles, and others of the class of professional soldiers, which again, as after the victories of Edward III and the Black Prince, began to grow up in France. The alliance with the Burgundians and the possession of the person of the king enabled Henry V and the English army to enter Paris. In December 1420, he held a session of the Estates General at Paris and arranged matters for the government of the kingdom, for regulating the coinage, for defence against the Dauphin. Food was extremely dear, and the burgesses of Paris were inclined to welcome the peace and order which followed Henry V wherever he went. But they disliked the sight of the English captains, and felt, as Georges Chastelain, the Burgundian chronicler, says, that Paris, the ancient seat of the royal majesty of France, was becoming a new London. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. The 100 Years' War, the second part, Part 2. At the end of the year 1420, Henry returned to England, where the people were beginning to grumble at the amount of taxation which was necessary for the wars in France. While he was away, the Dauphinist forces, led by the Scottish Earl of Buchan, who had brought reinforcements through La Rochelle, won a smartly fought action at the bridge of Beaugé in Anjou over the Duke of Clarence on March 23, 1421. Clarence, who was a dashing soldier and Henry's lieutenant in Normandy, was killed. The Battle of Beaugé was the first success of the depressed Dauphinist party, and although they were to have no more victories for 7 years, it was really the beginning of the regaining of France. In June 1421, Henry V returned with a strong army, and from Paris began in his deliberate way to lay siege to one town after another to the south and east of the capital. He was steadily conquering France down to the Loire and up the Marne, when he died of hardship and exposure at Vincennes, outside Paris, on August 31st, 1422, aged 34. The poor mad King Charles VI died on October 21st of the same year. Each left a son who seemed to have exchanged their father's qualities. Henry VI inherited Charles VI's madness. The Dauphin, Charles VII, had a good deal of the constancy and sagacity, though not the heroic qualities or genius which had distinguished Henry V. The reign of Charles VII is the story of the recovery of the lost provinces and of the growth of the royal power, a period of great exhaustion and misery for the population during a war that seemed never ending. For a few years after the death of Henry V and of Charles VI, the English cause, aided by Duke Philip of Burgundy, seemed to make headway. The Duke of Bedford, Henry V's brother, was a most capable soldier and administrator. At Crevon in Champagne, a force of Charles VII, the King of Bourges, was cut up by the English and Burgundians on July 31st, 1423. On August 17th, 1424, at Verneuil in the Duchy of Alençon, Bedford crushed the Dauphinist army in a battle which the English looked upon as another Agincourt. With the arms of peace, Bedford laboured with equal strenuousness. La France Anglaise, as the French historians called the provinces in the hands of the English, was well governed. The evil of debased coinage was dealt with, and a good currency, with the image of King Henry VI, circulated north of the Loire. The Parliament of Paris, consisting entirely of French lawyers, was maintained. The Estates General dealt with legislation. Only Frenchmen, as far as possible, were employed in civil offices. The University of Caen still remains a memorial of the enlightened administration of its founder, Bedford. Yet the condition of the country under the English was not happy. Taxes were high, and commerce and agriculture much hampered by the state of war. Plundering was severely punished, but could not always be prevented on the part of the English soldiers. The condition of the country under the King of Bourges was little better, except in the parts remote from the scene of hostilities. The early years of Charles VII's reign were not prosperous. Called at the age of 19 to the throne of a partitioned kingdom, a melancholy young man with ill health and a taste for solitude, he began by allowing his council to be managed by favourites, and his treasury to be exploited by parasites. The condition of Poitou under Charles VII degenerated for some years into pure anarchy. The frontier between the French and English power was a kind of no man's land, where small nobles and knights formed brigand companies and lived on the land, while pretending to maintain the cause of the King of Bourges. A novel written about 1450 describes the life of one such brigand, called Le Jouvencel, who may have been drawn from the historical figure of Etienne de Vignoles, surnamed La Hire, who seems to have carried on irregular warfare against the English, at first without any connection with the government of Charles VII. This war of partisans was extremely effective against the scattered forces of the English occupation. It was waged according to the principles of Du Guesclin, and gradually it produced a second school of professional soldiers, as Du Guesclin had produced the first school in the wars against Edward III. But the bands of partisans, although they could injure the English and cause them continual losses, could not defeat the English forces in the field. When, however, the enthusiasm of Joan of Arc had roused the people of all classes to make a great effort, the professional soldiers formed a body of leaders and trained men, without whom the enthusiasm of the Maid would have little practical effect. The appearance of the Maid in the 100 Years' War is one of the most striking events in history. marking as it does the turning point in the long drawn-out contest between England and France. She wrought such a marvelous work upon the French people because she came, a poetic female figure, with lofty views and unselfish devotion, into a field already prepared. The seed of patriotism had been sown. It had attained a literary expression. Joan came and made it a lively sentiment. The learned class, those who read and wrote in Latin, were conscious of the miseries of France. Robert Blondel, a Norman, known still for his chronicle on the conquest of Normandy of 1449, wrote about 1420 a complaint of the good Frenchman. Alain Chartier wrote a number of works in Latin, one, the Invective Quadrilogu, containing the famous representation, now adopted by the Republic of France, as a woman, noble and gracious, calling upon her sons to support her. Joan of Arc, simple peasant as she was, herself appeared as such a woman. Joan was born some time between 1410 and 1412 at Domremy, a village in the Vosges, on the frontier of Champagne and Bar. She grew up helping in the work of the house and farm, for her father was owner of his small piece of land, and Joan helped to look after his sheep on the slopes of the Vosges. It was there that she heard the voices of Saint Michel, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret. Champagne was in the hands of the English and Burgundians. Barrois, in which half the village of Domremy stood, was still held for the Dauphin by the valiant captain Robert de Baudricourt. Joan could not read nor write, and can have known nothing of the works of Robert Blondel or Alain Chartier, but she was inspired by the same feelings, though she lived on a loftier plane. The desolation of Champagne and the increasing insecurity of the Barrois filled her with sorrow. She had perhaps herself seen the Burgundian men-at-arms driving off the cattle of the peasants of Domremy in 1425, and the smoke of the village of Revigny in the Barrois, which an English band had burned. Her voices gradually convinced her of her duty, and simple and modest as she was, she came to think she had been chosen to save France. In January 1429, 3 months after the English had begun the great siege of Orleans, Joan went to Vaucouleurs, and by her evident sincerity, charm, and simplicity, persuaded Robert de Baudricourt to send her, escorted by 6 men-at-arms, to Chinon, where Charles VII., the Dauphin, whom she said she would lead to Rheims to be crowned, held his court. The doubting, melancholy Charles was moved to give her an opportunity, and in April 1429 he was sent to the army, which was collecting at Blois for the relief of Orleans. Joan had triumphed by sheer simplicity and beauty of character, yet only in the Middle Ages, which are sometimes called the Age of Faith, would she have been received so seriously. The distinguished French satirist and novelist, M. Anatole France, has given another explanation. There were subtle clerical statesmen at the court of the Dauphin, who saw the possibilities of this enthusiastic maiden, how she might stir up people, as they themselves were unable to do, to give the driving force to a cause of which they would have the practical management. It may be so. Faith and reason have no doubt combined. The faith of the maid and the reason of the statesman. Joan was honest and unselfish, and these qualities are impressive in every age. Like all soldiers, the rough, licentious Armagnac bands had yet a strong vein of chivalry, and they followed and respected the maid without necessarily believing in her divine mission. But what she did was to make them think of something outside themselves, of that doux pays de France, of which she so sadly and so sweetly spoke. The Armagnac defence, which had tended to degenerate into brigandage, became steady and deliberate, ceased to be the war of a party, and became national. The siege of Orleans by the English was meant to be the preliminary step to a great policy of extending the English dominions south of the Loire, of carrying the war into the kingdom of Bourges. Orleans itself is on the north bank of the Loire, with a bridge and a tête de pont on the south side. The capture of the city would ensure a safe passage into the Dauphin's territory. The siege, which was thus to be the first step in further conquests for the English, marks in fact the limit of their advance. The numbers of the besieging army were small, apparently only about 7,000, and they never were able really to invest the town. From the opening of the siege on October 7th, 1428, till it was raised by Joan's army on May 8th, 1429, French convoys from time to time entered the beleaguered city. Joan was no general. She did not even know that Orleans was on the north, not the south bank of the Loire. But she was enthusiastic and energetic, and when she led forth the relief army from Blois on April 28th, he was practically certain of success, for the English were dispirited with long waiting and profitless fighting. Her own army, led by experienced captains and fired by the example of the Maid, was confident of victory. The raising of the siege of Orleans caused a real enthusiasm throughout France, and the failure of their great effort, on which the last resources of an almost bankrupt treasury had been spent, correspondingly demoralized the English. Joan, like a good commander, followed up her success at once, storming Jargeau on June 12th, 1429, and routed the rear guard of the English forces, which were under the famous Sir John Fastolf near Patay on the 18th. Then the army was directed upon Rheims, which it reached along a chain of captured fortresses. In the noble cathedral of Rheims on July 12th, the Dauphin was solemnly crowned. Joan's prophecy and her mission was then fulfilled. The English never recovered their lost ground, though Joan herself, now a figure of European celebrity, had only a short course still to run. She was ruined by the inertia of Charles VII. Her single idea, after the coronation at Rheims, was to push on, to expel the English totally from France. Charles, however, would scarcely move. His resources, too, like those of the English, were low. The effort of relieving Orleans must have been a strain. Joan persisted in urging an active policy. In March 1430 she set out for the Marne country, where the English and Burgundians had still some strength. The town of Compiègne had been taken from the Burgundians, and was now in turn besieged by an Anglo-Burgundian force. On May 23rd, 1430, Joan and her companions effected an entry into the beleaguered town at dawn. On the same day, the impetuous Maid put herself at the head of a band and made a sortie against the besiegers. The sortie failed, and Joan was captured. Her work was now done. For 6 months she was a prisoner of the Burgundian captain John of Luxemburg. Charles VII. Could have ransomed her, but did nothing. So she was ransomed into the hands of the English for 10,000 livres tournois, and put in prison, first at Compiègne, then at Rouen. On February 21st her trial began before a court consisting of doctors and clergy, chiefly members of the University of Paris, chosen for their sympathy with the Burgundian party. On May 31st, 1431, she was burned in the marketplace of Rouen as a heretic, an apostate, an idolater. With her last words she exclaimed that her voices had been from God, and that she died with the conviction of having performed his wishes. After the long trial and her last imprisonment, her overstrained spirit had shown some signs of breaking, but she died as she had lived, a singularly honest and brave and noble soul. After Joan's death the war again lost all cohesion, and degenerated into a sort of brigandage. The Dauphin's lands suffered far more from his own soldiers than from the English. Both sides were becoming greatly exhausted, and looked as if each would go on plundering the other, and living upon the unhappy country till the crack of doom. Both sides were equally balanced, and only the defection of a solid part from one side could give the ascendancy to the other. The side of Charles VII., though torn by feuds and selfish coteries of courtiers, was, with regard to the English, fairly solid. There was now a national feeling in addition to all the local selfishnesses. The English party, on the other hand, was not solid. The support of the Burgundians was necessary to it, but the Burgundians, after all, were Frenchmen. Even John of Bedford could not guarantee the continuance of that alliance. In 1435, by the Peace of Arras, Duke Philip, who for some years had been growing lukewarm toward the English, made terms with Charles VII. From this moment the expulsion of the English was only a question of time. The peace was concluded between Charles VII. And Philip on September 21st, 1435. 7 days before, in the castle of Rouen, death had taken the indomitable John of Bedford from the hopeless task which King Henry V. had confided to him, and to which he had devoted his life. After the Treaty of Arras, Charles VII. Shook himself free from his favourites and entrusted his counsels to the energetic Bastard of Orleans, whose firm-knit soldierly figure is pleasingly described in Scott's novel of Quentin Durward, and to the Constable Arthur Richemont, brother of the Duke of Brittany. On April 13th, 1436, Richemont gained Paris. By the end of the year 1441, the whole Ile-de-France was won. In 1444, a truce was arranged by the Earl of Suffolk. Henry VI. Of England married the cousin of Charles VII., Margaret of Anjou. Peace between the two governments lasted till 1449, when a mercenary captain called Francois de Surienne, or l'Aragonnois, in the service of the English, led his men, whose pay was probably long in arrears, over the border of Brittany, and sacked the prosperous manufacturing town of Fougères. Charles VII.'s resources were better now. He took up the cause of Brittany. A disciplined and properly paid army was sent into Normandy, which, under the ill-paid English mercenaries, was in a state of half-suppressed rebellion. Within a year, August 1449 to August 1450, the whole of Normandy was reconquered. The last English expeditionary force sent into the duchy was annihilated by the now highly efficient French artillery at Formigny on April 15th, 1450. The invasion of Guienne was then taken in hand by Dunois, the Bastard of Orleans. In Guienne the English were always fairly popular. Bordeaux, which thrived on the wine trade with England, was an opulent, self-governing town. The other towns in the country were treated as a free dependency by the English government. Nevertheless, by the middle of 1451, Dunois had conquered Guienne. Yet the Gascons still regretted the loss of the English connection, and disliked the new government of Charles VII. With its efficiency and its taxes. In 1452, the war-worn Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, brought a small force and raised the country, but on October 19th, 1453, his 8,000 men were met and defeated by Jean de Buet and Jacques de Chabannes at Castillon. Talbot, as usual, went straight to the attack, but the contest was hopeless. The French force had 300 cannon. Talbot's men went down before the storm of shot, and he himself lay dead upon the field. La France Anglaise existed no more. The English still had an outpost in Calais, which they held until 1558. The English king retained the empty title of King of France till 1801. Nevertheless, from 1453 France was wholly independent, united, and a nation. All the conquests were added to the royal domain. Nothing remained outside but the great ducal fiefs of Burgundy and Brittany. Such a long war with the foreigner, for 30 years living on the land, and civil war going on concurrently, could not be without momentous results for the history of France. In the first place, the French became conscious of themselves, conscious that they were a people, as distinct from a number of local and separate fiefs under the crown. The enthusiasm caused by Joan of Arc's victories is a stage in the development of this feeling, as is also the fact that the learned Juvenal des Ursins, the historian of Charles VII., wrote his work in French, not Latin. In the second place, government became more than ever centralized in the crown, which was the symbol of the national independence and the centre of the national resistance. In a prolonged war, the executive government, which can act speedily and secretly, is certain to gain power at the expense of the legislative body, which can only act slowly, and whose deliberations are known to the enemy. While Charles VII. Was only king at Bourges, it was impossible to get representative Estates General together, so he formed the habit to a large extent of doing without them. Apart from feudal dues and proceeds of the royal domain, the chief means of raising money was by the aids, which were special sums voted by the estates for extraordinary occasions like war, and the taille, a sort of occasional property tax. After 1436, the aids were levied regularly, without the consent of the estates being asked. After 1439, when a famous session of the Estates General was held at Orleans, the taille was perpetually levied. The aids in the taille assured the crown a large amount of income independently of the legislative body, and accordingly the crown became absolute. A third result of the great wars was that France made an enormous advance in military efficiency. The feudal levy, with its rigid principles under its undisciplined bodies of knights, had only brought disaster upon France at Agincourt and Verneuil. Its place was taken by a professional army. The king employed trained captains who raised and paid bands of men whose trade was fighting. The great period of military reform was from the truce with the English in 1444 to the reopening and last stage of the 100 Years' War in 1449. Even earlier, in the Estates General at Orleans, important measures had been taken to reform military discipline. Troops were only to be cantoned or billeted in certain localities, and were to be paid monthly. This reform was finally put into effect from the year 1445, and at the same time a standing force of 15 companies of 100 lances each was established. The king gradually came to possess a good store of artillery, both for the royal castles and for use in the field. The development of this arm was largely due to Pierre Bassonneau, Grand Master of the Artillery from 1420 to 1444. The rude cannon were carried about on carts, and it was they which assured the conquest of Normandy in 1449 and 50. The écorcheurs were the great evil of France. They consisted of bands of unpaid soldiers, English, French, and free lances of all countries, often under regular French captains like La Hire, Saintrailles, Robert Floquet, who lived on the country where they were quartered, and when it was exhausted went without any official permission to some other district which offered a richer field. The towns defended by their own burgher militia were of course fairly safe, but the countryside suffered terribly. Villages were sacked, men tortured, women treated with the most horrible injuries. The novel Le Jouvencel shows this life of the demoralized soldier at large to have been as much a matter of course as, for instance, in the 30 Years' War, as described in Grimmelhausen's novel Simplicissimus. Both authors had lived through the scenes they described. The worst period of the écorcheurs, skinners, because they stripped people to the skins for plunder, was after the Peace of Arras, made in 1435 between Charles VII. And Philip the Good of Burgundy. Most of the bands of Burgundian soldiers in the service of the Duke were disbanded. As friends, they proved worse than they had been as enemies, for they now joined the bands who nominally acknowledged Charles VII. And lived upon their own countrymen. The military reforms of 1445 did much to reduce this evil by absorbing a certain number of the écorcheurs into the regular army, and using these to deal effectively with the rest. The regular forces gradually exterminated this scourge. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 11. A Contest with Islam, Part 1. The empire of the great Mongolian conqueror Genghis Khan extended from China to the river Dnieper in Russia. When he died in 1227, a small clan of Turks, who had fled before the Mongols out of Khorasan, were settling in the hilly country to the east of Erzurum. Most of Asia Minor was under the Seljuk Turks, with whom the newcomers took service. Their first great chief was Ertugrul, who died in 1288. His son was Osman or Othman, a great general and the founder of the empire of the Ottoman, as distinct from the Seljuk Turks. By the end of the 13th century, the Seljuk Empire went the way of every Oriental despotism except the Ottoman. It crumbled to pieces as its dynasty grew weaker. Its various parts broke off and became independent. Osman's share in this general breakup was Asia Minor from Brusa to the Sea of Marmara, with the exception of a few places still held by the Greeks of Constantinople. He died in 1326. To the north, between the Sea of Marmara and the Balkans, was the feeble Byzantine Empire under the ruling house of Palaiologos. To the east was another small Greek state protected by mountainous country, the Empire of Trebizond, under the ancient Byzantine house of Comnenus. Osman was succeeded by his younger son Orkhan, who ruled from 1326 to 1359. He completed the conquest of the places still held by the Constantinople Greeks in Asia Minor, and established the corps of the Janissaries, the standing army of the Turks. While all Moslems under the Ottoman rule were liable to military service, the service was not regular or organized. The Janissaries were a standing corps, recruited by a forced levy exclusively from Christians, first from those in Asia Minor, later from those in Bosnia, Albania, or Bulgaria. The next Ottoman Sultan, Murad or Amurath I, carried the war into Europe. In 1360 he crossed the Hellespont with his army and began to work round the Byzantine Empire, which was soon left like an island, washed by seas of Turks. In 1361 Adrianople was taken and became the residence of the sultans. In 1364 the Turks took the important city of Philippopolis from the Bulgarians, who were at that time divided among a number of petty princes. The large Serbian state, which had risen to great power under Tsar Stephen Dushan, who died in 1355, now took up the task of driving back the Turks. It was the Turks, however, who did the attacking, and on August 27th, 1389, the whole Serbian army was laid low on the plain of Kosovo. The Sultan Murad was assassinated immediately after the battle by a Serbian. The next Sultan, Bayezid I, after executing his brother to prevent him becoming a rival for the throne, carried the war through Bulgaria. In 1395 he was reducing Macedonia when Pope Boniface IX and King Sigismund of Hungary
brought a crusading force from Europe, which crossed the Danube and besieged Nicopolis in 1396. The siege was raised by Bayezid, who completely overthrew the Christian army. The Sultan would have taken Constantinople too, which he had already unsuccessfully besieged in 1395, but that the advance of the great Tatar conqueror Timur, or Tamerlane, from Samarkand distracted his efforts. Timur advanced up to Asia Minor and met the Sultan's forces at Angora. In 1402, one of the decisive battles of the world took place between the two greatest Oriental powers that the world had seen. The Turkish army was routed, and the Sultan taken prisoner, and though respectfully treated, died in captivity. Timur advanced into Asia Minor, but did not cross into Europe. He was now 65, and he wished to conquer China before he died. In this effort he expired in February 1405. After an interregnum of 10 years, Mohammed I, 1413-21, the son of Bayezid, was able to establish himself throughout the Turkish Empire, which he reorganized and succeeded in making again a first-class fighting power. The next Sultan, Murad II, was troubled by pretenders, and just failed to take Constantinople in 1422. However, he captured the great commercial city of Salonika, where the Venetians had established themselves, and which was defended by only 1,500 soldiers of that energetic people. A further advance was made up the Danube, but in 1442 and 1443 the great Hungarian general, John Hunyadi, drove them back. Murad died in 1451, and was succeeded by his son Mohammed II. The magnificent city of Constantinople is built on a peninsula which runs out into the southern waters of the Bosphorus, with the splendid natural harbour of the Golden Horn on the north, and the Sea of Marmara on the south. Built like Rome upon 7 hills, with water on 2 sides, and rough hilly country on the other, it is one of the strongest places in the world. Cut off though the Byzantine Empire now was by land from the rest of Europe, it was still an opulent state. The great market of the Venetian and Genoese merchants, for each of these 2 cities had its own quarter in Constantinople, where their merchants had their warehouses and palaces. The Greeks of Constantinople, however, were in many ways a debased race. The aristocracy was no longer the hill-bred race of Cappadocian lords who had done battle with the Bulgars on one side, the Seljuk Turks on the other. They were a rich, unwarlike class, living in great splendour in their palaces, attending on a court which was half orientalized, where the only soldiers were some foreign mercenaries, and the chief officials were eunuchs. The lower classes were no better, loafers about the harbour, leading a lazy and immoral life upon state doles, from a treasury of which the resources came from customs duties, a tribute levied from the energy of the Venetians and Genoese. Yet learning still flourished in Constantinople. The large body of clergy, secular and monastic, spoke Greek and read the Greek classics. The aristocracy was cultivated too. Their learning is described shortly before the fall of Constantinople by the well-known scholar Filelfo. In familiar discourse they still spoke the tongue of Aristophanes and Euripides, of the historians and philosophers of Athens, and the style of their writings is still more elaborate and correct. The persons who by their birth and offices were attached to the Byzantine court were those who maintain with the least alloy the ancient standard of elegance and purity, and the native graces of language most conspicuously shine among the noble matrons, who are excluded from all intercourse with foreigners. With foreigners, do I say? They lived retired and sequestered from the eyes of their fellow citizens. Seldom are they seen in the streets, and when they leave their houses, it is in the dusk of evening, on visits to the churches and their nearest kindred. On these occasions they are on horseback, covered with a veil, and encompassed by their parents, their husbands, or their servants. Cultivated but half orientalized, their women kept in a sort of Mohammedan seclusion, the men of Constantinople were little likely to be a match for the stalwart Turks. These are described as both sober and martial. The Turkish Empire has from its earliest time included a large number of different races under its control, nor has it confined its army, nor even its high military or official positions to any one of these races. The hardy Anatolian peasants of Asia Minor, the warlike Albanians, Serbs, and Bulgars from neighbouring countries of Europe, were enrolled and trained with equal care. The most talented youths were educated in the Sultan's schools at Bruza, at Pera, at Adrianople. There is no hereditary aristocracy in the Turkish Empire, and even amid continual unblushing peculation and official corruption, merit, wherever found, though without birth or influence, has always been considered sufficient ground for advancement. In the slow and painful steps of education, their characters and talents were unfolded to a discerning eye. The man, naked and alone, was reduced to the standard of his personal merit, and if the sovereign had the wisdom to choose, he possessed a pure and boundless liberty of choice. The Ottoman candidates were trained by the virtues of abstinence to those of action, by the habits of submission to those of command. A similar spirit was diffused among the troops, and their silence and sobriety, their patience and modesty, have extorted the reluctant praise of their Christian enemies. Gibbon. When Mohammed II came to the Ottoman throne in 1451, the ancient Byzantine Empire had shrunk to little more than the city of Constantinople itself. The city, too, might easily have fallen before, had the Turks been more persistently bent on its conquest, or less occupied with their foes on the Danube and in Asia. But now the hour of reckoning was at hand. Nothing could save the city from the great military power that was encompassing it, unless the Crusades could be revived and a great fleet and army come from Western Europe. But the still loosely organized states of Europe were busy with their own affairs, and the Roman or Latin Church had little sympathy with the Greek. The Christian Church, as it existed at Constantinople, did not differ from the Roman Church in doctrine, but rather in discipline and in organization. The Roman Church was, in the later Middle Ages, knit more or less firmly together under the supreme authority of the Pope. The clergy were unmarried. In the Greek Church, the Patriarch of Constantinople had not the regal authority of the Pope at Rome over bishops and abbots. He was more like an archbishop, primus inter pares, as the Bishop of Rome was in the later Roman Empire. The discipline of the Greek Church was different too. Secular priests were always married men, although the monks were celibate. At the Holy Communion, the Greeks used leavened bread. In doctrine there was little difference. The Roman Creed says the Holy Ghost proceedeth from the Father and the Son. The Greek Church does not use the words "and the Son." This is the substance of the famous controversy over the Filioque. The differences are not very pronounced, and even now the Roman Church regards the Greek as only in schism, not in heresy. A reconciliation of the two churches was necessary as a preliminary to any wholehearted support of the Byzantine Empire against the Turks. The Pope concerned with this question was Eugenius IV, of the Venetian merchant family of Condulmieri. Eugenius, who succeeded Martin V on March 6, 1431, was an austere monk of the Celestine order and intolerant of heresy. When he was made pope, a general council had already been summoned to meet at Bâle by his predecessor, Martin V. The council met on July 23, 1431, and immediately set about reforming the Church, asserting the claims of the prelates and learned doctors in full conclave to be above the papacy. This great controversy, always present, though often glossed over and silenced till the great Vatican Council of 1870, was now to go through one of its critical stages. On December 18th, 1431, Eugenius issued a bull from Rome declaring the council to be dissolved. The council replied by summoning the pope to appear before them. Naturally, Eugenius did not come, and the question remained undecided. In 1433, December, the pope compromised by taking the council under his wing and declaring it to be regular and ecumenical, and then he summoned a fresh council to meet at Ferrara. It was here that the question of reconciliation with the Greek Church was to be taken in hand. The Council of Bâle had already, on its own authority, invited the emperor, John Palaiologus VI, to send deputies from the Greek Church, but it was the invitation of Pope Eugenius that was accepted. Towards the end of the year 1437, the Byzantine emperor himself, the Patriarch of Constantinople, 20 bishops and deputies of the patriarchs of Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem, sailed through the Straits of Gallipoli and arrived at Venice, after a voyage which is said to have lasted 77 days. In March 1438 they appeared in Ferrara. The assembly was a very meagre one. Only 5 archbishops, 18 bishops, 10 abbots were at Ferrara to represent the universal Church. Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, lent his presence for a time, but there were no monarchs. Such an exiguous synod was not likely to effect any real or durable union with the suspicious and homesick Greek prelates. John Palaiologus spent 6 months pleasantly enough hunting on the estates of the Marquis of Este round Ferrara. Then plague broke out, and the council was removed to Florence. Meanwhile, at Bâle, the old council, summoned by the late Pope Martin V, had never dissolved itself. The battle over papal supremacy had broken out again. In vain did Eugenius declare it dissolved, and the fathers there, mainly French and Germans by that time, excommunicated. The Council of Bâle replied on June 25th, 1439, by declaring Eugenius himself to be deposed, and by electing an antipope, no less a person than Amadeus VIII, Duke of Savoy, who took the title of Felix V. But the Council of Florence had done its work. On June 2nd, 1439, a treaty was signed between Pope and Emperor, by which temporal help, 20 galleys from the Pope, and his best efforts to organize a crusade, was promised. A few days later, the spiritual treaty was signed. The Greek and Roman churches were declared united in one communion. The concessions necessary for such a union were practically all made on the part of the Greeks, their own need being most pressing. The filioque was to be inserted in the creed. Each church could use leavened or unleavened bread according to its custom. Purgatory, another point of difference, was admitted to be a stage in the condition of those who die in less than mortal sin. The Pope was declared to have a primacy and government over the whole Catholic Church. This union with the Greek Church, short though its duration proved to be, was a real triumph for Eugenius. It might, with better fortune, have grown into something permanent. It showed him honestly anxious for the good of Christendom, for unity, and for the repelling of Islam. his prestige rose, and that of the still sitting and obstinate Council of Bâle declined. The Roman Church was in schism again, with Eugenius Pope at Rome and Felix antipope at Bâle. The antipope had no authority. His son, for he was not in holy orders when he was elected pope, ruled his duchy of Savoy for him. In 1451 Felix died at Geneva. When the Emperor John Palaeologus landed again with his retinue of bishops at Constantinople, he was received with murmuring and discontent. Ever since the cruel and treacherous, though temporary, conquest of Constantinople in 1204 by the Latin Crusaders, the Latin Church had been hated throughout Byzantium. The people of Constantinople now therefore refused to accept the union. Pope Eugenius, on his side, kept to the bargain, gave up his revenues to the cause, laboured to arouse a cold, indifferent Western Europe to a new crusade. But the ages of faith were past. Only the young Ladislas VI, King of Poland and Hungary, took up the cause which was the immediate interest of his kingdoms, as well as his Christian duty. In 1443, Ladislas and his heroic general John Hunyadi made a successful campaign against the Turks. But next year, attempting to march round the western shore of the Black Sea to Constantinople, the Hungarian forces were met and routed at Varna by the Sultan Murad. Ladislas was killed, but Hunyadi escaped to become the bulwark of Christendom after the fall of Constantinople. The fall of the city, however, was delayed by another hero, Skanderbeg. George Castriot was the son of an Albanian chief who was forced to surrender his 4 sons as a pledge to the Turks. The 3 elder died, but the 4th grew up and became a great soldier in the Ottoman service and gained the name of Skanderbeg, Lord Alexander. In 1443 he broke away and fled to Albania, where the people rose as one man, and for 23 years Skanderbeg and his Albanians, aided now and then by adventurous strangers from the west, maintained their freedom. In his castle and walled town of Croia he ruled like an independent monarch, just as 350 years later did Ali Pasha among the Albanian hills of Janina. In 1466 Skanderbeg is believed to have been overcome and to have fled to Venetian territory, where he died. In 1453, April 6th, the siege of Constantinople began. The young Sultan Mohammed II, cruel, licentious, and perfidious, but an able soldier, had begun in 1451 by building a fort, a Somaton it was called, on the European side of the Bosphorus, within 5 miles of the city itself. The empire of Constantinople, said Mohammed, is measured by its walls. Indeed, it was just larger than that. There were still peasants who tilled the fields outside the city, and collisions occurred with the Turkish soldiers building a Somaton. The fort was completed, and the Bosphorus was closed. The Dardanelles, however, were still open, and through them succour could come from Europe. By the spring of 1453, the preparations of Mohammed were complete. His regular forces, Janissaries and others, numbered 60,000. The militia from various provinces brought the total perhaps up to 250,000 men. But the great strength of the Persian forces was in their artillery. Mohammed had hired the services of a foreign engineer, who had formerly been in the Greek service, and under him, it was said, the foundry at Adrianople turned out a cannon casting a shot of 600 pounds over a distance of 1 mile. 16 batteries in all, though not of guns so large as this monster piece, were ready by March 1453 to batter the ancient and crumbling walls of Constantinople. Constantine Palaeologus, the last Christian ruler of the ancient Roman Empire, which had preserved the name and dignity of Roman emperor since the twin capital in Italy had ceased to rule half the ancient world, was a man worthy of his high station. "My trust is in God alone," he replied to the threats of Mohammed. "If it should please him to mollify your heart, I shall rejoice in the happy change. If he delivers the city into your hands, I submit without a murmur to his holy will. But until the judge of the earth shall pronounce between us, it is my duty to live and die in the defense of my people." End of section 27. Section 28 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 11, Contest with Islam, Part 2. The Sea of Marmara and the Golden Horn make Constantinople impregnable to an army on two sides. On the third, or land side, the city was about 6 miles broad, defended by 2 walls and a ditch of about 100 feet in depth. The population was about 100,000, but only 4,000 soldiers, it was said, could be found among the number. A noble Genoese, Giustiniani, had brought 2,000 troops to the assistance of the doomed city, and these, with what untrained militia could be raised from the debased and servile population, formed all the forces at the disposal of Constantine Palaiologus for the defense of his empire's city. Yet from the opening of the siege on April 6th, 1453, for 50 days the defense never wavered. All the devices of ancient and more modern warfare were employed by the assailants. To the cannon, which now begin to be noticed really prominently in siege work, were added the catapults and ballistae, the stone throwers, battering rams, and moving towers used since Caesar's time. But the firmness of the defense checked all the efforts of the besiegers. The moving tower was burned. A ditch, which the Turks filled up by day, was cleared by night. Mines were countermined, and the open assaults on the wall were driven off with slaughter. Towards the end of April, 5 great galleys, one of the emperor, and 4 chartered from the Genoese before the siege, sailed through the Dardanelles, and after a prolonged fight with the light Turkish ships, computed at about 300 vessels, sailed along the Bosphorus and were admitted through the boom which blocked the harbor of Constantinople. They brought a welcome reinforcement of men and supplies. No other help arrived from Europe. The resources of Mohammed's empire were infinite. He could not break the boom of the Golden Horn, but he could have his fleet transported over the land, 10 miles of hill and broken ground, and launched upon the harbor. A platform of oily planks was made, the light galleys were put on rollers, and about 160 vessels in all were transported overland to the Golden Horn. Constantinople could then be attacked from this side, as well as on its broad northern wall. The great assault was fixed for May 29th. On the evening of the 28th, the emperor assembled his officers for council and farewell. The last speech of Palaiologus was the funeral oration of the Roman Empire. He promised, he conjured, and he vainly attempted to infuse the hope which was extinguished in his own mind. In this world all was comfortless and gloomy, and neither the gospel nor the church have proposed any conspicuous recompense to the heroes who fall in the service of their country. But the example of their prince and the confinement of a siege had armed these warriors with the courage of despair, and the pathetic scene is described by the experience of the historian Franza, who was himself present at the mournful assembly. They wept, they embraced, regardless of their families and fortunes. They devoted their lives, and each commander, departing to his station, maintained all night a vigilant and anxious watch on the rampart. The emperor and some faithful companions entered the dome of St. Sophia, which in a few hours was to be converted into a mosque, and devoutly received with tears and prayers the sacrament of the Holy Communion. He reposed some moments in the palace, which resounded with cries and lamentations, solicited the pardon of all whom he might have injured, and mounted on horseback to visit the guards and explore the motions of the enemy. The distress and fall of the last Constantine are more glorious than the long prosperity of the Byzantine Caesars. Footnote: Gibbon. A great assault was made at dawn the following day. Simultaneous attacks were made all along the north wall and from the Golden Horn. The defenders resisted nobly till the Genoese Giovanni Giustiniani was wounded in the hand. He retired to a Greek ship lying by the city in the Golden Horn to have the wound dressed. It proved to be mortal, however, and he died within a few days. The spirits of the defenders fell with the retirement of this leader. The wall was scaled, and in the mêlée the emperor, who had accomplished all the duties of a general and a soldier, was long seen and finally lost. Multitudes of the population fled to St. Sophia and the other churches and barred the doors. The Turks broke down the doors and made prisoner the unresisting people. 60,000 are said to have been taken captive and sold or kept as slaves. Some were ransomed later, like the historian Franza, who lived to tell the tale. The wealth of the city was plundered, its noble libraries destroyed or dispersed. 160,000 manuscripts, priceless works of literature, among them perhaps the missing books of Livy or Tacitus, or the poems of Bacchylides, are computed to have been destroyed. When Constantinople fell, to be the capital of a great Turkish empire, the little Greek empire of Trebizond on the southern shore of the Black Sea could no longer be tolerated. In 1461 it surrendered unconditionally to Mohammed II. The fall of Constantinople is sometimes given as one of the causes of the Renaissance in Western Europe. But there are no good reasons for such a statement. Very few Greek scholars can have escaped from the city when it fell, nor are any important classical manuscripts known to have been rescued from the sack. The exodus of Greek learning had been going on long before the city fell, and was no doubt accelerated by the prospect of its conquest. The learning of medieval Europe was great, but had definite limits. Something of ancient Greek thought had come in through Arabic translations, but the culture of the Middle Ages as a whole was preeminently Latin. It gained greatly in beauty and elasticity from the spread of Greek learning, and with a more scholarly method of treating manuscripts, Latin as well as Greek. This new Greek learning appeared in Italy before the end of the 14th century. In Calabria, in the towns originally planted by Greek colonists some hundreds of years before Christ, something of the Greek language continued to survive, and some memory of its literature. Petrarch possessed a copy of Homer, a present from Byzantium, but to him Homer was dumb. Homer is dumb, or I am deaf, nor is it in my power to enjoy the beauty which I possess. Boccaccio was more fortunate, and is given by Gibbon the credit of restoring to Italy the study of the Greek language. In 1360, Boccaccio procured from the Republic of Venice a pension for Leo Pilatus, the Calabrian, who became the first professor of Greek in that city and in Western Europe. If Leo was not a success in Florence, he only stayed 3 years. He produced at any rate one real Greek scholar, for it was under him that Boccaccio translated the Odyssey into Latin. Yet if any one moment is to be taken as the beginning of the revival of learning, it is the year 1395, when Manuel Chrysolorus, began teaching Greek continuously in Florence. Chrysolorus was a noble-born Greek of Constantinople, one of the best types which that city produced. Equally versed in the arts of government and of language, he was sent by the Emperor Manuel II on an embassy to the courts of Italy in 1393. While there, he was persuaded to accept the position of professor of Greek in the University of Florence, and there and later in Padua and Rome, this accomplished scholar taught both in Latin and in Greek, spreading the knowledge of classical literature and the love of scholarship till his death at the Council of Constance in 1415. Gian Francesco Poggio Bracciolini was a Florentine, born at Terranuova in 1380. The inhabitants of the territory, but not of the city of Florence, did not rank as citizens by birth, and it was not till 1452 that Poggio, though one of the most eminent scholars of his time, was admitted to the civic privileges. He studied in the University of Florence and learned Greek under Manuel Chrysolorus. Through the influence of the Florentine scholars who recognized his worth, he was recommended to the papal court and became one of the Pope's secretaries. In discharge of his duties in this position, he came into communication with many people and places, and lost no opportunity of adding to his knowledge of the classics. His great service to scholarship was in diligently seeking out in the dusty shelves and muniment chests of unused monastic libraries the manuscripts of classical literature which might otherwise have perished with the lapse of time. When his duties as secretary took Poggio to Constance in 1414, during the great council which was sitting there, he spent all his leisure in visiting the ancient rich monasteries within reach, Reichenau, St. Gall, and others, where manuscripts had lain unread since the time of Charlemagne. The romance of the discovery of classical manuscripts is in its own way as great as that of the discovery of new lands, and in these libraries, of which their own unlearned monks knew so little, the diligent inquirer might at any moment light upon the most priceless finds. In 1345, Petrarch had added, as it were, a new continent to literature, with inexhaustible sources of wholesome pleasure and instruction to mankind, when he lighted upon the manuscript of Cicero's letters to Atticus at Verona. So also Poggio, in his journeys round Constance, discovered new realms of wisdom of the same master, speeches of Cicero in manuscript, Pro Sexto, Pro Murena, Pro Caecina, and others. The unknown treasures of the libraries of Swabia and Switzerland were searched, and the works of the great past were made accessible to mankind. Poggio, who was a layman, though in the service of the Pope, died in his villa near Florence in 1459. The industry of the Renaissance scholars is amazing. Besides the labor of searching through libraries, reading and copying, he was himself the author of very many works written in the Latin tongue, including a history of Florence after the manner of Livy. The Renaissance, the revival of learning, was thus, it may be seen, going on long before Constantinople fell. Nor, moreover, was the Renaissance due to Greek scholarship more than to Latin. Greek scholarship was of the highest importance, yet Poggio was primarily a Latinist, as was also Laurentius Valla. Valla is of great account in the history of the revival of learning, not as a discoverer of manuscripts like Poggio, but as the originator of exact scholarship in modern times, accurate scientific criticism of the authenticity, style, composition of any work. Lorenzo or Laurentius Valla, 1406 to 57, was a Roman and spent his life as a traveling scholar, opening his lecture room in one city after another, always writing and disputing to the end of his life. Although in priests' orders, the essentially secular or profane character of the Renaissance appears in him. Every problem was approached by him merely from the scholar's and the artist's point of view. With him, the veneration attached to a work was nothing. Its accuracy must be established or at all costs disproved. The donation of Constantine, for instance, by which the Roman emperor was supposed to have granted to the papacy the temporal dominion of Italy, was by Valla's careful analysis shown to be a forgery of the 8th or 9th century. His treatise De Voluptate, which treated of pleasure as a reasonable thing without any moral or religious considerations, was as offensive to the rules of the medieval church as was his candid criticism of their cherished documents. Pope Eugenius IV was severe enough against him, but when Nicholas V made Valla a papal secretary, the Church concluded its peace with the Renaissance, and humanism had triumphed over orthodoxy and tradition. The era of the worldly popes was at hand, when an abandonment to the ideals of art alone without sincere religion was to provoke the reaction known as the Reformation. With the capture of Constantinople in 1453, Islam made its greatest advance against Christendom. Little more than a generation was to bring at the other end of Europe a striking decline. This was the conquest of Granada, the Moorish kingdom in Spain, by the forces of Castile and Aragon. Spain was almost completely overrun at the beginning of the 8th century by Arabs and Saracens and Berbers, under the chief Tariq, whose name still survives in Geb el Tariq, or Gibraltar. In the great range of mountains, however, which run along the whole of Spain from east to west, the Pyrenees and Cantabrian mountains, the descendants of the Visigoths managed to preserve their independence, and by the beginning of the 13th century 3 fairly compact kingdoms had grown up, Leon, Castile, and Aragon, to the west and east of the Iberian range, besides the small kingdom of Navarre on the western end of the Pyrenees, half Spanish, half French. Under Ferdinand III of Castile, Leon and Castile were united, and all the Moorish powers conquered except the region of Granada, the extreme south of the peninsula, including Cadiz. Portugal had for long a history of its own. Part of the land which it occupies was regained from the Moors by the kingdom of Leon in the latter half of the 11th century, and was given as a county to Henry of Burgundy, who had come as a crusader to Spain. Henry married one of the daughters of the King of Leon and founded the independent line of Portugal. His son, Alfonso I, with the help of English crusaders, captured Lisbon from the Moors in 1147 and completed the consolidation of the kingdom. The history of Castile in the 14th and for a great part of the 15th centuries is not so much of general interest to European as in peninsular history. The attempt of Edward, the Black Prince of England, to keep on the throne the tyrant Pedro the Cruel, threw Castile on to the French side in the first half of the 100 Years' War. Pedro's rival, Henry of Trastamara, established the reigning line of Castile, though his claim was disputed by the English prince John of Gaunt, who had married Pedro's eldest daughter. John bears the empty title of King of Castile in the contemporary English chronicles. In the end, he made up his quarrel with Henry of Trastamara. John's daughter Constance married Henry's grandson, so that through this Lancastrian princess the royal line of Castile was continued. Till 1474, the history of Castile is almost purely local, but with the accession of Isabella the Catholic, in that year its history becomes European. Already in 1469 she had married her cousin Ferdinand, the son of John II of Aragon. When John died in 1479, the two kingdoms, which geography, race, history, and language had for so long been drawing closer to each other, became united. The two sovereigns first undertook the task of consolidating their dominions, and then Ferdinand, proceeded to intervene in the theatre of Europe, thus beginning for Spain a long series of wars, which, after she had passed from Habsburgs to Bourbon, ended in her economic and intellectual bankruptcy. The year 1492 may be taken as completing the internal consolidation of Spain and beginning her great expansion, for in that year Granada was conquered and Columbus discovered the New World. In 1479, Ferdinand and Isabella obtained from Pope Sixtus IV a bull giving them authority to appoint 3 inquisitors. Thus was established the famous Spanish Inquisition, as distinct from papal and episcopal inquisitions which had existed before, entirely under the royal authority. It was used to keep the people strictly orthodox and strictly subject to the crown. Jews and Moors were converted or expelled from the country. The hands of the king wielded the sword of the state and the equally effective sword of the church. The chief agent of the royal power was the fanatic Thomas Torquemada, confessor of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Inquisitor General from 1481. The Inquisition was a terrible weapon against anyone, owing to its secrecy and its implacability, but there is no evidence that its tortures were worse than those of the civil tribunals. The monstrous character of its regime lies in the fact that its tortures and punishment were inflicted for offences, many of which were not moral offences at all, and which no civil tribunal would have condemned. It was not enough to root out heresy within the kingdom of Castile and Aragon. The last Moorish principality must be overthrown. In some ways, the conquest of Granada has striking resemblances to the conquest of Constantinople. If the Spaniards were greatly superior to the Turks, the Byzantines were certainly not so greatly superior to the Moors. Granada was a home of art, learning, commerce. Her trade in silk was thriving. Her graceful palaces, the Alhambra, for instance, bear witness to her high development in art. In her schools, the science of geography, which had almost died in the later Middle Ages, was kept alive. Granada, in fact, was like a flourishing and progressive Italian city, except that the tone of its civilization was Oriental. It was like the great medieval republics in another respect also, in being divided by factions. Out of such disputes, the foreigner can always take his profit. In 1482, the great Moorish families of the city were disputing with each other, and the sovereign, Muley Hassan, was deposed by his own son, Boabdil. Meanwhile, Ferdinand and Isabella were every year pushing forward their frontier. In vain was the more warlike Muley Hassan recalled to power to reorganize the defense. The forces of Spain were too strong. The war was long, for the nature of the country was difficult. Treaties and tributes delayed the inevitable annexation. In 1491, Boabdil was compelled to sign away his kingdom. On January 2nd, 1492, the city of Granada was surrendered. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 12. The Empire, France and Italy in the last half of the 15th century, Part 1. The Emperor Sigismund, the last of the great house of Luxemburg, died in 1437, having taken all necessary precautions to secure the succession to his dominions of Albert of Austria, his son-in-law. Albert was 41 years old, tall, well-built, capable. His reign, however, only lasted 2 years, for he died in 1439 of a fever caught in campaigning against the Turks who had invaded Hungary. A son, Ladislaus, born after his death, succeeded to Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia under the guardianship of his father's cousin, Frederick of Styria. Frederick, as a grown man and a considerable territorial prince, was elected King of the Romans in February 1440. Young Ladislas enjoyed a somewhat troubled possession of Bohemia, Austria, and Hungary. Hungary was partly till 1444 in the hands of the Polish Ladislas I, till his death at the age of 18 in 1457. The Bohemian crown then went by election to an able and influential Bohemian, George Podiebrad, and after him to Prince Ladislas of Poland. Hungary from 1458 till 1490 was under the great native house of Corvinus, founded by John Hunyadi. After 1490 it was united with Bohemia under Ladislas. In 1526 Louis, the son of Ladislas, the last of the Polish princes in Hungary and Bohemia, died in fighting the Turks at the Battle of Mohacs, and the two kingdoms were secured by the House of Habsburg. Frederick III did not live to see this. He himself was only Archduke of Austria, and even for this he had to fight, and lord of some other South German dependencies of his house. In addition, he had the very limited power in Germany of King of the Romans and Emperor. Yet with him, inactive and rather feudal as he was, begins the modern greatness of the House of Habsburg. With him, the happy method of gaining vast territories by marriage becomes startlingly prominent. When he died, his house had definitely become an imperial house, and within little over 30 years of his death, the head of the House of Habsburg was ruling over Germany, Hungary, Bohemia, the Netherlands, Spain, and the north of Italy, almost the whole of Western Europe outside France. In appearance, Frederick III was every inch a king. He was tall, strong in limb and body, with well-marked features, like nearly all members of his house. He dressed plainly, but with perfect neatness. On great occasions, he knew how to assume all the splendor and state due to the majesty of an emperor and to the solemnity of his duties. He was religious, self-controlled, and especially noticed for his abstinence in the use of wine, which he always took mixed with water. His tastes were studious and sedentary rather than military, and like other princes since, he was greatly interested in science. But it was not the science of a Galileo which pierces through ignorance and superstition into truth. Frederick's mind was still turned backwards to the debased pursuit of astrology, which had long since ceased to cull any flowers of truth for mankind. His courtiers doubtless flattered his ability. With astrologers and alchemists, he penetrated into the hidden and mysterious majesty of nature. Instructed by them, he not only developed the planetary motions, but learned the combination and influence of fortunate stars, and comprehended and predicted the most sublime things. So great was his proficiency in alchemy that by adding colors to common pebbles, he seemed to transform them into diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and sapphires. He transmuted quicksilver into gold, and from a few drops of water procured a specific for many diseases. He must have given a great deal of thought to composing his famous anagram on the glories of Austria, AEIOU. This was engraved on all his plates, printed on all his books, baffling the wits of his complacent courtiers. But after his death, the solution of the puzzle was found on a paper written with his own hand. Austriae alles ist Erdreich, imperare ist, orbi Österreich, universo untertan. Footnote: to Austria belongs the empire of the whole world. The whole earthly realm is subject to Austria. He was not unsuccessful as a ruler in Austria, although as emperor he counted for very little. His chief success, however, lay in giving scope to the energy of his remarkable son, Maximilian, who in 1487, after the Hungarians had driven the emperor from Vienna, was successful in driving them out of Austria again, and in restoring the great position of his family. Frederick himself, as emperor, had in 1453 raised Austria to the dignity of an archduchy. As his life drew to a close, the separate portions of the great Austrian inheritance were all falling to the line of Frederick, and the marriage of his son Maximilian with Mary of Burgundy was to make the prophecy contained in the anagram of the feeble old emperor almost come true. When Frederick became emperor, he had to face the problem offered by a schism in the papacy. The Council of Bâle had been summoned by Martin V, and had sat under the protection of Sigismund. Eugenius IV had declared it dissolved, and had assembled a general council of his own at Florence and then at Ferrara. The Council of Bâle had replied by declaring Pope Eugenius to be deposed, and by electing as anti-pope the Duke of Savoy, though a layman. The German princes were inclined to recognize this second pope, Felix V, who was elected by a predominantly German council. Frederick's private secretary after 1442 was Annea Silvio Piccolomini, a talented and supple Italian who was very useful as a diplomatist to the emperor. Annaeus Silvius, as he called himself in his Latin writings, had one of the most varied and romantic careers in history. Although born in 1405 of a noble family near Siena, he was a sheer adventurer. His father's land was simply a farm, and as 18 children had to be provided for, Annaeus Silvius had to look for his career in the great world. At Siena he studied hard and became an accomplished scholar, and to the end of his life, in spite of his self-indulgence and love of pleasure, the industry of Annaeus Silvius was never doubted. In 1431 the Bishop of Fermo took him as private secretary to the Council of Bâle, and thus Annaeus Silvius was introduced to high life in Germany. Gradually his influence increased, and by the year 1438, when the contest between the Council and Eugenius IV was at its height, the personality of the layman, Annaeus Silvius, had the greatest weight among the fathers at Bâle. It was his skilled management that procured the act of deposition of Eugenius IV and the election of Amadeus of Savoy, Felix V. Annaeus then became the secretary of Felix. In 1442, as delegate from the Council of Bâle to the Diet, Annaeus attracted the notice of Frederick III, and with his usual ease in changing from post to post when a better prospect was offered, became the emperor's secretary. At this point the extraordinary sagacity and astuteness of Annaeus Silvius become more apparent than ever. Germany was schismatic. Frederick III, at any rate, was inclined to support Felix V. Annaeus himself had done more than anyone to bring about the election of Felix. But now he saw that the schism was a failure, and that the Roman line was the one to support. He induced the emperor and electors to withdraw their support from Felix V, and he had himself sufficient confidence to take the announcement of this event to Eugenius IV at the beginning of the year 1447. Eugenius died in February 1447, and the learned and cultivated Tommaso da Sarzana, Cardinal of Santa Susanna, was elected pope, and took the name of Nicholas V. Annaeus Silvius, with his unerring faculty of getting to know the right people, became a firm friend of Nicholas, and helped to negotiate with Frederick III the important Concordat of Vienna, or Aschaffenburg, by which the empire renounced the decrees of the Council of Bâle, which had limited the papal power, forbidding the payment of annates and the reservation of benefices for nominees of the Pope. Next year Felix V resigned and retired to the peaceful life of a cardinal. The Council of Bâle, then sitting at Lausanne — there was very little of it left — recognized Nicholas as lawful pope and dissolved itself. Germany returned into allegiance to the Roman papacy and gave up reforming for another 70 years. Aeneas Sylvius, who had at last taken holy orders in 1446, had got beyond being secretary to the emperor. He became a cardinal, a prince of the empire, and finally, in 1458, Pope. Considering himself, like Virgil's hero, a pious Aeneas, he took the name of Pius II. For the rest of the reign of Frederick III, he died on August 19th, 1493, aged 78, after a reign of 53 years, the condition of Germany outside the cities was one of confusion. The armed bands which the Hundred Years' War produced in France, and which became such a public nuisance there, appeared also in South Germany. In 1444, after the truce between France and England, Frederick brought a French force to attack the Swiss, from whom he still hoped to regain the power which previous Habsburgs had wielded. The French were defeated at St. James on the Birs, and gave up the war. But their companies remained in Swabia and Alsace, and before they could be expelled, contrived to inflict upon the countryside the miseries incidental to a visit from the écorcheurs. Private warfare became almost the normal condition of German life. Cities and nobles and bishops alike took a hand in it. Greatest private wars were connected with the families of Saxony, Brandenburg, Burgundy. The historic house of Wettin, which has representatives on the thrones of Great Britain, Belgium, Bulgaria, and till 1908 Portugal, not to mention the kingdom of Saxony, the duchy of Saxe-Coburg, and other sovereign duchies, took its name from the county and castle of Wettin in the valley of the river Saale. The district of Wettin now belongs to Prussia, Prussian ruling family of Hohenzollern having in the last 200 years eclipsed the Wettins in Germany. In 1423 the Emperor Sigismund had made Frederick Margrave of Meissen the head of the house of Wettin, Duke of Saxe-Wittenberg, with the title and dignities of Elector of the Holy Roman Empire. His territories included Meissen, Thuringia, and Saxe-Wittenberg. He died in 1428 and divided his territories between his son Frederick the Gentle and William. Frederick got Wittenberg and Meissen, and William Thuringia. When the young men grew up, a fierce war broke out between them in 1455. The war was carried on not simply in the old feudal style, but with cannon, and somewhat after the manner of a modern campaign. During this war a Saxon knight, Hunz von Kaufungen, managed to seize and carry off from the castle of Altenburg Ernest and Albert, the two sons of Frederick. Albert escaped, however, and then Ernest was rescued. The fratricidal war was composed in 1460, and in 1464 the two sons of Frederick succeeded to their father's duchy, which they ruled in common, amicably and happily for the next 20 years, the golden age of Saxony. In 1482 occurred the death of their uncle, William of Thuringia, childless, in whose service Hunz von Kaufungen had failed in the attempted rape of the Saxon princes. Thuringia therefore came back to the line of Wittenberg. The possessions thus united were almost at once divided by the partition of Leipzig. Ernest the elder, in 1485, took Saxe-Wittenberg and Thuringia. Albert got Meissen. Thus were founded the Ernestine and Albertine stems. The Ernestine line has branched out into the dynasties of Saxe-Weimar, Saxe-Coburg, which last line has again branched into the English, Belgian, Bulgarian, and Portuguese dynasties. The Albertine line is the present royal family of Saxony. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 12. The Empire, France, and Italy in the last half of the 15th century, Part 2. The House of Wettin has grown, so to speak, extensively, the House of Hohenzollern intensively. While the Wettins divided, the Hohenzollerns united. The Wettins have more crowns in Germany, the Hohenzollerns have the bigger kingdom. The Counts of Zollern, who administered their fief from the castle of Hohenzollern on the upper Danube, received the office of imperial deputy or Burgrave in Nuremberg 1190. In 1417, Count Frederick VI was made Margrave and Elector of Brandenburg by the Emperor Sigismund. The family also held Ansbach and Bayreuth in South Germany. Under the Emperor Frederick III, the whole was held by Albert Achilles, a great warrior, a great orator, one of the most splendid figures of the time. He was, however, troublesome to the peace of the empire, and engaged, like other princes, in private wars. The family of Wittelsbach, which ruled in Bavaria and the Palatinate, was the chief one with which he fought. If any one had asked an oracle at that time which of the four great families, the Habsburgs, the Wittelsbachs, Wettins, or Hohenzollerns, would become the greatest in Germany, he would not have been surprised had the answer been the Wittelsbachs. Albert Achilles, however, who was a strong ruler in Brandenburg by the Depositio Achilleae in 1473, made an important law for the House of Hohenzollern, namely, that Brandenburg was to pass always undivided to the eldest son. The House of Brandenburg, Saxony, Bavaria, turbulent and assertive of their independence though they might be, never aimed in this period at becoming kings outside the empire. The House of Burgundy was more ambitious, and the reign of the Emperor Frederick III merely witnessed the establishment or re-establishment of a great middle kingdom, which should extend in a broad, fertile belt from the Netherlands through Lorraine, Alsace, to the mountains of Switzerland, and which would effectually isolate Germany from France. Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, is sometimes called the last representative of feudalism. Yet his face was not entirely turned toward the past. His scheme of building up the Middle Kingdom has something very modern about it. His territories were to be combined on rational principles, and were to be secured from external interference by the equilibrium that could be maintained between France and Germany. The House of Burgundy possessed enormous territories, but they were all subject feudally either to France or to the Empire. John the Good of France gave the Duchy of Burgundy to his fourth son, Philip the Bold, in 1363. Marriage with Margaret of Flanders gave Philip Flanders, and also Franche-Comté, Artois, Malines, Antwerp, Nevers, and Rethel. In 1384, the year in which these counties fell in at the death of his father-in-law, Philip purchased the county of Charolais. His son was John the Fearless, whose feud with the Armagnac party caused such ills to France. John was murdered at the bridge of Montereau in 1419, and was succeeded by Philip the Good, who was allied with the English till 1435. In that year he made peace with Charles VII of France in negotiations at Arras, in which the ubiquitous Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini took a part. Philip received from Charles VII the countships of Masson, Ponthieu, Auxerre, Bar-sur-Seine, and the Somme towns Péronne, Saint-Quentin, Roye, Montdidier. He was also relieved of all feudal allegiance for his life to the crown of France. In 1428 he had purchased the county of Namur, and in 1433 he became heir through his mother to Brabant and Holland. 10 years later he purchased Luxemburg. Philip the Good lived till 1467, having shown what a prudent and capable prince could do for himself and his subjects. His territories were in feudal law all part of France or the Empire. The Duchy of Burgundy, for instance, was French. The Free County of Burgundy, Franche-Comté, was imperial. Flanders was both in the Empire and under French allegiance. Holland was in the Empire, and so with his other fiefs. Yet he was probably richer than the King of France or the Holy Roman Emperor. Flanders, under his peaceful rule, was one of the greatest manufacturing countries of Europe. Burgundy was one of the finest districts for wine growing. Dijon was his capital, and the beautiful sculptures made for the cathedral under his patronage prove at once his good taste and his resources. His territories were populous and wealthy, the people noted for their intelligence. Flanders, Brabant, Holland had hardy, independent peoples, distinguished in practically every walk of life. The new art of painting in oils upon canvas was being brought to a high state of development by the brothers Hubert and Jan van Eyck in Ghent, Lille, and Bruges. The people in Burgundy, French in their civilization, had played a great part in the history of the medieval church. Philip the Good gave them a university at Dole, to be a centre of higher education under the Burgundian dukes to whom the town was so loyal. When Philip the Good died, he left a son fitted in many ways to carry on his work. Charles the Bold, le Téméraire, as the French call him, was a man of great character, vigorous, aspiring, firm of mind, a born soldier. But the House of Burgundy had advanced more through the peaceful schemes of Duke Philip than it was to do through the bold martial plans of Charles. His ambition and his overbearing ways roused against him two forces which were to be among the leading features of modern history, two forces of freedom and autocracy. Freedom was represented by the Swiss, autocracy by Louis XI of France. Yet Charles had not much to gain from France. It would be enough if he could keep what he had. From the Empire he had much to gain: territory to link up his scattered dominions, and a crown, so as to stand in law, independent, equal to his neighbour and overlord, the King of France. The first part of Charles's active life was spent in contests with Louis XI. Till 1471 the contest was indecisive. But after that year Charles's attention was absorbed in his efforts to gain lands and a crown in the Empire, so that Louis XI was able quietly to pursue his own devices. In his dealings with the Empire, Charles was at first quite successful. Although a headlong soldier, Charles was by no means blind to the arts of government. His dominions were carefully administered, and his treasury was full. Thus he could take advantage when an opportunity offered. In 1469 he bought from Sigismund of Habsburg, the cousin of Frederick III, the Landgraviate of Alsace. He kept his court like a king, and had a fine army, recruited from his own dominions and from mercenaries, Italians, English, and others. In 1473 he was negotiating with Frederick III for a crown, for the Empire, being in theory the superior of all princes, could grant any title and status. A splendid offer was made to Frederick. Charles would give his only child Mary in marriage to Frederick's son Maximilian. The enormous Burgundian inheritance, which now stretched almost unbroken from the Alps to the North Sea, would be added to the House of Habsburg. The offer was accepted. In September Charles went to Trier and prepared a throne for his coronation in the stately cathedral. Frederick came too, but changed his mind before the coronation could take place, and abruptly left the city, alleging that he had to go to Cologne to adjust a difference between the archbishop and chapter. It is believed that Frederick, never very enamoured of making Charles a king, had been brought to a decision to avoid a coronation by pressure from King Louis XI. It was noticed also that Charles had borne himself very grandly at Trier And Frederick, in spite of his plain ways, was, like all Habsburgs, a very proud man. Charles was balked, but not defeated. The Archbishop of Cologne was troubled with rebellious subjects, so Charles took an army into the Electorate and besieged Neuss in support of the Archbishop. Frederick III, however, could not allow the Duke of Burgundy to establish himself on the Rhine. When the siege had lasted 10 months, from July 1474 to June 1475, Frederick began to draw near with an army, and Charles withdrew, more particularly as he had promised to join Edward IV. Of England, whose sister Margaret he had married in 1468, in an invasion of France. Louis XI, however, was prepared for this, and bought Edward off at the Treaty of Picquigny on the Somme in August 1475. But Charles was indomitable. In November he collected his mercenary foot and artillerymen and invaded Lorraine. This duchy was, like Burgundy, under a cadet branch of the French royal house, but Charles had some sort of claim, and he now seized the capital, Nancy. A revolt in Alsace, however, called him away, and he marched right down to the Jura Mountains, for the Swiss had been helping the Alsatian towns which revolted against the acts of Charles's governor. On March 2nd, 1476, he was defeated outside the castle of Granson, whose garrison he had massacred, by the Confederates of Bern, Fribourg, and Schwyz. Charles had to fly, and the Swiss captured all his artillery. He retained control of Lausanne, and from there was marching on Bern with 30,000 men in 1476, stopping to besiege Morat on the way on June 9th. The Swiss Confederates, helped by René, Duke of Lorraine, came up to the relief. Charles's camp was stormed amid driving rain, and his army dispersed. The result of the Battle of Morat was that Charles's scheme of basing his Middle Kingdom upon the Swiss mountains was ruined. At the same time he lost Lorraine too. René recovered Nancy. Charles got another army together to besiege it. But the Swiss now came to help René, as he had helped them at Morat. He was still besieging Nancy in January 1477, with an army reduced to a few thousand men, when René, with his Lorrainers and the Swiss, overwhelmed him on the 5th. Charles himself perished on the field, and the design of a Middle Kingdom came to nothing. The idea in a modified form was revived in the United Kingdom of Holland and Belgium, which lasted from 1815 to 1830. In many respects it seems a pity that Charles's design failed, as France and Germany, since each have become consolidated, have not proved the best of neighbors. Yet, as Charles had no son, his design in any case would have died with him, or with the marriage of his heiress. As things turned out, the Burgundian inheritance, except the Duchy of Burgundy itself, and some other French fiefs which Louis XI took, went to the Habsburgs, for in August 1477, Mary, his only child, the daughter of his first wife, Isabella of Bourbon, gave her hand to the son of Frederick III, better known in later history as the Emperor Maximilian. The history of Germany in the 15th century is not one merely of wars and intrigues. Inside the strong towns, a peaceful life was found. A certain level of art and literature were cultivated, and the wholesome pursuits of industry flourished. Aeneas Sylvius has left a highly coloured account of the beauty and richness of these towns. Let us run through a little the memorable cities of German name, and it will make more plain how great is the glory of this people, its magnificence, its splendour. You find nothing in the whole of Europe more magnificent, more ornate than famous Cologne. It is noble in churches and dwellings, brilliant in its wealth, roofed with lead, adorned with public buildings, fortified with towers, luxuriating in its fertile fields and the river Rhine. Mainz is an ancient city, distinguished for the magnificence of its churches, its public and private buildings. There is nothing that you can find fault with in it except the narrowness of its streets. Worms, too, if it is not of great size, yet no one will deny it to be a most pleasant city. Strasbourg is like Venice, divided with many canals, which bear ships into almost every square. In Bavaria you will scarcely find a town whose cleanness you will not greatly admire. All German cities, even the small centres of population in Thuringia in the north and in the east, had, as indeed they still have, handsome halls and solid, pleasant private houses. In these prosperous German towns, it must be admitted, the highest kind of literature did not flourish. The old melodies and metrical forms of the 12th and 13th century Minnesänger were worked upon over and over again by the Meistersänger. The master singers were townsmen, whose craft was to make verses for singing, as another man's craft was to work in iron or wood. Though naturally imaginative and sentimental, the Germans became bound by rigid rules and conventions. In the towns the singers formed themselves into guilds, and the craft of verse and music making was carried on according to guild rules and restrictions. Between the guilds there was much fraternity. Master singers travelled from town to town practising their profession, and guilds met frequently, for instance, at the Wartburg in Saxe Weimar, to hold competitions in their art. Even the best of the Meistersänger, from Heinrich von Meissen, called Frauenlob, who died in Mainz in 1318, to Hans Sachs of Nürnberg, who died in 1579, had little of worth. The 15th century was a poor time for literature all over Europe, with the possible exception of Italy. The great literature of modern France, however, was beginning. François Villon was a real genius, free and fanciful, expressing his deep poetic emotion in lyric form. It is in the work which this loose and out at elbows student has left that we must look for the rise in Western Europe of lyric poetry, so expressive of mankind's yearning after the beautiful and serene. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 13. The Close of the Middle Ages, Part 1. In the last half of the 15th century, strong autocratic monarchies were rising in France, Spain, and England. Germany remained only a loose confederation of sovereign states, but the others took what is called the unitary form of constitution. There were no sovereign or half-sovereign powers inside the state under the crown. There was only one government. In Spain, it is true, Castile and Aragon still had separate forms of administration, but after the death of Isabella of Castile in 1504, her husband Ferdinand was king in both kingdoms. In the next century, the Habsburg monarchs of Spain completed the process of unification. In medieval France, the great feudatories, the counts of Champagne, Provence, Anjou, the dukes of Guienne, Brittany, Burgundy, had been a check on the power of the crown. But in 1481, Provence fell into the hands of the king. Guienne had been absorbed into the royal domain 30 years before, and the only great fiefs still outside the power of the king were Burgundy and Brittany. The 100 Years' War had, as it were, swept France clear of local authorities and left the crown supreme. Such was the state of affairs when Louis XI came to the throne in 1461. When Charles VII died on July 22nd, 1461, his son Louis, who had quarrelled with his father and had been in exile in the Burgundian dominions for 5 years, crossed the frontier to take possession of his throne. The countryside had not recovered from the devastation of the 100 Years' War. and Louis was struck with the difference between the fat and fertile plains of Flanders, where he had been staying, and the ruined houses, the sterile, uncultivated fields, the emaciated men and women of northeastern France. There were great difficulties which the new king had to face: a turbulent nobility, a country still needing rest and recuperation above all things, Charles the Bold scheming to set up an independent kingdom comprising some of the fairest parts of France. Louis XI. Was one of the new order of monarchs, not so much warlike as subtle and prudent, like Ferdinand of Spain and Henry VII. Of England. This type of ruler had arisen among the despots of Italian cities, who had to trust in statecraft rather than might to maintain themselves among so many competing powers. Such was the type of ruler which Machiavelli so skilfully drew in his prince. Louis XI. Is an almost perfect anticipation of the prince. In the pages of Sir Walter Scott's novel, Quentin Durward, the character of Louis XI. Is given in detail and true to life. For his impressions, Sir Walter Scott was dependent on the memoirs of Philippe de Comines, who himself, in one compendious passage, thus describes the king: "Of all the princes that I ever had the honour to know, the wisest and most dexterous to extricate himself out of any danger or difficulties in time of adversity was our master, King Louis XI. He was the humblest in his conversation and habit, and the most painful and indefatigable to win over any man to his side that he thought capable of doing him either much mischief or good. Though he was often refused, he would never give over a man that he once undertook, but still pressed and continued his insinuations, promising him largely and presenting him with such sums and pensions as he knew would satisfy his ambition. And for such as he had discarded in the time of peace and prosperity, he paid dear, when he had occasion for them, to recover them again. But when he had once reconciled them, he retained no pique to them for what had passed, but employed them freely for the future. He was naturally kind and indulgent to persons of indifferent condition, and morose to such as he thought had no need of him. Never prince was so conversable nor so inquisitive as he, for his desire was to know everybody he could, and indeed he knew all persons of any authority or worth in England, Spain, Portugal, and Italy, the territory of the Dukes of Burgundy and Bretagne, and in his own country, and by those qualities he preserved the crown upon his head, which was in much danger by the enemies he had created to himself by his inadvertency upon his accession to the crown. But above all, his great bounty and liberality did him the greatest service, and yet as he behaved himself wisely in time of distress, so when he thought himself a little out of danger, though it were but a truce, he would disoblige the servants and officers of his court by mean and trifling ways, which were little to his advantage, and as for peace, he could hardly endure the thoughts of it. He spoke slightingly of most people, and rather before their faces than behind their backs, unless he was afraid of them, and of that sort there were a great many, for he was naturally timorous. When he had done himself any prejudice by his talk, or was apprehensive he should do so, to make them amends whom he had injured, he would say to the person whom he had disobliged, "I am sensible my tongue has done me a great deal of mischief, but on the other hand it has sometimes done me good. However, it is but reason I should make some reparation for the injury." And he never used those kind of apologies to any person, but he did something for the person to whom he made it, and it was always considerable. It is certainly a great blessing for any prince to have experienced adversity as well as prosperity, good as well as evil, and especially if the good outweighs the evil, as it did in our master. I am of opinion that the trouble he was involved in his youth, when he fled from his father and resided 6 years together in the Duke of Burgundy's court, was of great service to him, for there he learned to be complaisant to such as he had occasion to use, which was no little improvement. As soon as his coronation was over, and he began to be a little settled in his kingdom, his mind was wholly bent upon revenge. But he quickly found the inconvenience, repented by degrees of his indiscretion, and made sufficient reparations for his error by regaining those he had injured upon very dear terms, as shall be related hereafter. Besides, I am very confident that if his education had not been different from the usual education of such princes as I have seen in France, he could not so easily have worked himself out of his troubles. Louis's life as king was simple and devoted to government, in which he took a real, if somewhat selfish interest. He did not aim at popularity, and was not likely to acquire it. He was not good looking. There was nothing splendid in his appearance. His clothes, in times when the garments of noblemen, especially at the Burgundian court, were coming to be of a quite wonderful splendour, were plain. He usually wore what is described as a simple pilgrim's hat, ornamented only with the medal of some saint in lead. Philip the Good of Burgundy was present at Louis's coronation, and indeed paid for it. He had been the protector of Louis in exile, and had accompanied him into France. In this journey the grand Burgundian cavaliers were astonished at the simple state of the king. Philip the Good is said to have possessed a tunic which cost 400,000 crowns. But the dress of the king and the horse on which he rode were not worth, said the disgusted cavaliers, 20 francs together. With such a king, administration was a real business. He rose early and worked hard. Fond of the country and of hunting, his only real recreation, he preferred Amboise to Paris, and spent as much time as he could in the pleasant country of the Loire. Yet he wasted no time in idleness, and probably no king of France did more travelling about his dominions, assiduously attending to the affairs of government in each locality. He had no favourites, but took his ministers from the middle class, men chosen for their ability and for their serviceableness to himself. Such a man was Olivier le Dain, his barber, who rose under Louis to high honours. His low-born counsellors were not popular in France, nor indeed was the king himself, agreeable and fond of conversation as he usually was. He was a terrible enemy, sending men without compunction to the gallows or to a cage in some loathsome dungeon. But the common people liked his firm and orderly government. Louis's first important public act was to pay over to Philip the Good of Burgundy the 400,000 gold crowns stipulated in the Treaty of Arras, 1435, and to claim in return the Somme towns. Philip had to give up the towns, so France was greatly strengthened strategically toward the north-east. The task of consolidating the kingdom had been well begun. But before he could go further, Louis was faced with a civil war. This was the war of the public good, a rising of nobles aided by Charles, Count of Charolais, the son and heir of Philip of Burgundy. The nobles and Charles formed a league, and demanded that the government should be reformed, that the Estates General should be summoned, and that the taxes should be lightened. There was much to be said for these demands, but it is known that the intentions of the Leaguers went much further, that they aimed at getting control of the finances and army of the kingdom. Had they been successful, the power of the crown would have disappeared, and France would have been divided again among great feudatories. Great nobles, almost to a man, were in arms against the king. Gaston, the Count of Foix, remained faithful in the south, but Louis's own brother, the Duke of Berry, was among the rebels. The almost independent Duke of Brittany was against him, and Charles of Charolais brought Burgundian troops to the Leaguers. The small country gentlemen on the whole supported Louis. The clergy and townspeople tried to avoid taking sides. Paris as a whole was faithful to the king, though it contained some very disaffected elements. Louis had the royal troops and showed himself to be a capable and cool soldier. He met the Burgundians and Leaguers who were making for Paris at Montlhéry on July 16th, 1465, and a battle was fought in which both sides claimed the victory, but which for the moment prevented the Leaguers from advancing on the capital. Early in August, however, Louis went to Normandy to collect men and provisions, as the forces of the public weal were keeping Paris shut off from many of its sources of supply in the country. While he was absent, the capital was menaced by the Leaguers. The Prévôt des Marchands, Henri de Livre, kept it for the king. On August 29th, Louis re-entered Paris with abundance of supplies of men and provisions, and the war of the public good came to an end. Peace was made at Conflans in October. The Leaguers, who were still very strong in the country, received what they really wanted, possessions and privileges. For, as Philippe de Comines said, the public good was converted into private advantage. The Duke of Berry, Louis's brother, was given Normandy as an appanage, and Charles of Charolais got back the Somme towns. The process of consolidating France had to be begun over again. The next 11 years of Louis's reign were, to a large extent, a contest between him and Charles the Bold of Burgundy. The Treaty of Conflans did not give peace for long. Louis took advantage of disputes between the late confederates to take Normandy back from the Duke of Berry, and to stir up risings against the Burgundian power in the Somme towns and in Liège. When Charles the Bold succeeded his father, Philip the Good, who died on June 15th, 1467, he was ready to fight it out again with the French king. Louis was fortunate in being able to give all his attention to France. He was not misled by tempting offers to take part in the wars between the Italian states, and Edward IV. of England, having not quite got rid of the Wars of the Roses, was in no condition to trouble him. In 1468, Charles strengthened his position by marrying Margaret, sister of Edward IV. In October, King Louis came to Péronne, which belonged to Charles, to treat of the questions at issue between them. While they were discussing matters, news came of a great rising in Liège, graphically described by Scott in Quentin Durward, and Charles, who with reason suspected Louis of having instigated the revolt, kept the king a prisoner. Louis was not released till he had signed the Treaty of Péronne, granting important privileges to Charles. The chief courts of Flanders were no longer to be subject to appeal to the Parlement de Paris. Louis kept his presence of mind throughout, and got better terms than might have been expected. He showed no ill feeling, and went with Charles against the unfortunate Liégeois, whose town was taken and sacked. After the town had been stormed, Comines says, the king and the duke were very merry together. Louis had betrayed the Liégeois. He was only waiting for his chance against Charles the Bold. The Treaty of Péronne proved to be no advantage to Charles, for Louis paid little attention to it when he got back to his own kingdom. So Charles tried to make a combination against him with England. But Louis was very skilful. He took up the cause of the deposed Henry VI. And reconciled the enemies, Queen Margaret of England and the Yorkist Earl of Warwick, both of whom had fled at a different time to France. Warwick returned to England with a well-equipped force. Edward IV. had to fly the kingdom, and Henry VI. was brought out of the Tower of London and restored (September 1470). But the restored Lancastrian government did not last long. Edward IV. found a safe refuge with Charles the Bold, and in March 1471 invaded the north of England with Burgundian help. Two short campaigns, with the battles of Barnet and Tewkesbury, secured the English crown again for the Yorkist house. In 1475 Charles arranged a counter-design against France. Edward IV. was to invade France through Calais, while Charles was to co-operate from Flanders. But Louis bought off the English king, who seems to have invaded France only for that purpose. The two monarchs had an interview at Picquigny on the Somme, and Edward IV. was promised 75,000 crowns down and an annual pension of 50,000 crowns, obligations which Louis was careful to pay punctually. Charles, in spite of successes in Lorraine and Alsace, had failed to induce the Emperor Frederick III. To make him independent of France by the grant of a crown. Cheated out of his support by England, he became involved in contests from the north-east of France, where Louis XI. Gave him no rest, to the mountains of Switzerland. When he died before Nancy on January 5, 1477, Louis seized his duchy of Burgundy. The greater part of the Burgundian dominions were absorbed by the Habsburg house. Charles the Bold and his great scheme for a middle kingdom had been ruined by the military prowess of the Swiss and by the political craft of Louis XI., who turned aside his allies and raised enemies for him on all sides. 2 days after Charles's death at Nancy, Louis took measures to occupy the duchy of Burgundy in the Free County. Boulogne, which was a fief held by Charles, was also seized, as were the Somme towns, Péronne, Montdidier, Roye, Saint-Quentin. The rest of the Burgundian dominions were only saved for the Princess Mary with difficulty, whose long talked of marriage with Maximilian of Habsburg was at last completed on August 19th, 1477. It was Louis's haste to annex the Burgundian dominions which had precipitated the marriage. This was his only serious mistake, but it was a great one. It began the European predominance of the House of Habsburg, and was said by Louis XV. To be the origin of all our wars. Yet when Louis XI. Died on August 30th, 1483, in the castle which he had built at Plessis-les-Tours, he had done a great work in consolidating France. Philippe de Commines had the greatest admiration for him. He seemed born, he says, for universal monarchy rather than to govern a single kingdom. Commines also gives his opinion that Louis was not a happy man. I believe from his infancy to his death, his whole life was nothing but one continued scene of troubles and fatigues, and I am of opinion that if all the days of his life were computed in which his pleasures outweighed his pain, they would be found so few that there would be 20 mournful ones to one pleasant. The reign of his son Charles VIII. Belongs to modern history, for his momentous invasion of Italy in 1494 is rightly considered to be the beginning of a new era, an era of national states and of wars for the balance of power. Before the invasion took place, while Charles was still a minor, under the regency of his capable sister Anne of Beaujeu, the work of Louis XI. Was, as it were, completed by the marriage of the young Charles to the Duchess Anne of Brittany, the daughter and heiress of Francis II., the last duke. With this marriage, which neither Ferdinand of Spain, Maximilian, nor Henry VII. Of England could prevent, Brittany became an integral part of the kingdom of France. France took its place at once as one of the most solid and powerful kingdoms of Western Europe. In the last 50 years of the 15th century, the Roman papacy, which had survived schisms and defeated the controlling power of councils, came gradually to assume a worldly character. This helped to bring on the reaction known as the Protestant Reformation. Pope Nicholas V was a good man, and nothing but praise is due to him for his interest in learning, in humanism, in the study of classical literature, and the copying of classical manuscripts. His successor, Calixtus III, 1455-8, was more of a politician than Nicholas. The Cardinal Alfonso Borgia, as he was called before his election as Pope, owed his rise chiefly to the influence of the great Alfonso, King of Aragon and Naples. As Pope, he was by no means destitute of public spirit, and worked hard to arouse Western Europe to a crusade against the Turks, but without effect. His chief fault was nepotism, the promotion of members of his own family, of whom the best known was Rodrigo Borgia, who became a cardinal and afterwards was infamous as Pope Alexander VI. Calixtus III was succeeded by a purely worldly person, the famous scholar, man of letters, and historian Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, Pope Pius II, 1455-64. His private morals, judged by the standard of laymen of the day, were not bad. He was simply a cultivated scholar of the Renaissance, without religious devotion. Had he kept to the career of a layman, holding positions of trust at the court of Frederick III or at the papal court, he would have left an honourable name. He too, as Pope, tried to induce the Western powers to undertake a crusade to regain Constantinople. Paul II, Pietro Barbo, 1464-71, was a Venetian, whose reign as Pope showed perhaps a slight improvement. Though not himself particularly learned, he favoured learning, and is said to have introduced printing into Rome, a bold step in a church which aspires to keep strict control of the intellectual pursuits of its members. With Sixtus IV, 1471-84, the policy of the papacy became really worldly. A Franciscan, belonging to a poor Ligurian family of nobles, the Della Rovere, he lent his efforts, not unsuccessfully, to making them one of the greatest houses in Italy. Under him, Rome became the magnificent centre of the arts, and the beautiful Sistine Chapel in the Vatican, and the still splendid music in the papal choir, prove the practical value of his interest. Yet he was a political intriguer who set the cities of Italy, Florence, Milan, Venice, by the ears, and provoked wars. He undoubtedly knew beforehand about the conspiracy of the Pazzi, if he did not actually abet his nephew, the Cardinal Riario, who conspired to murder Lorenzo and Giuliano de' Medici. Yet all scholars must respect his interest in learning, and especially the priceless boon of the Vatican Library, which he founded. Innocent VIII, 1484-92, is the last before the great Borgia Pope, great for his talents and his vices, known as Alexander VI. Innocent, Giovanni Battista Cibo, was a Neapolitan. Before he took orders, he had been the father of a large family, whom he promoted in every way after he became Pope. His court was corrupt, yet not so flagrantly so as that of Alexander VI. It was to the capable Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia that he gave his confidence, and so he must be held partly responsible for this man's accession as Pope. Alexander VI was the worst in character of the Renaissance popes, though not perhaps the most secular. He was born in 1431 near the city of Valencia in Spain. Under his uncle, Pope Calixtus III, he was promoted to be a cardinal and showed considerable administrative ability. His life, however, was very worldly, and as cardinal he lived the life of a married man. This was not considered a small offence even at the worldly curia at Rome. It brought down upon him the censure of the sensible, though by no means particularly religious, Pius II. Nevertheless, on the death of Innocent VIII, Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia, largely by bribery it is said, prevailed upon the venal cardinals to elect him pope on August 10th, 1492. One of his earliest acts was to make his second son Cesare, then aged 16, Archbishop of Valencia, a see which Alexander VI had himself held. This pope had certainly a real fondness for his own family, and devoted his time and the resources of the papacy to making them wealthy princes. The career of the able and energetic Cesare, the original of Machiavelli's prince, and of the beautiful Lucrezia Borgia, belonged to another period, when the baleful influence of Alexander VI was still felt. Under him, the chief occupations of the papal entourage and of the Pope himself were hunting in the Campagna, dancing, and the theatre. The dancers and the actors were of the same character as the stage players of Madrid in the 17th century, as described in Lesage's novel Gil Blas. The historian Gibbon, in the final chapter of the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, relates how the learned Poggio, in the time of Pope Eugenius IV, ascended the Capitoline Hill with a friend, how they reposed themselves among the ruins of columns and temples, and viewed from that commanding spot the wide and various prospect of desolation. The place and object gave ample scope for moralizing on the vicissitudes of fortune, which spares neither man nor the proudest of his works, which buries empires and cities in a common grave, and it was agreed that in proportion to her former greatness, the fall of Rome was the more awful and deplorable. Such were the thoughts which the spectacle of medieval Rome inspired in the learned Poggio. Yet by the time of Pope Alexander VI, a new Rome had begun to arise, a Rome less religious indeed than that of the best period of the Middle Ages, but a city whose splendid palaces and churches would bear comparison with the majestic relics of ancient days. It was the Rome of the secular popes. The fabric of the eternal city grew more splendid, while the population of city and country deteriorated. The improvements of Rome since the 15th century have not been the spontaneous produce of freedom and industry. The beauty and splendor of the modern city may be ascribed to the abuses of the government and to the influence of superstition. Each reign, the exceptions are rare, has been marked by the rapid elevation of a new family, enriched by the childless pontiff at the expense of the church and country. The palaces of these fortunate nephews are the most costly monuments of elegance and servitude. Perfect arts of architecture, painting, and sculpture have been prostituted in their service, and their galleries and gardens are decorated with the most precious works of antiquity, which taste or vanity has prompted them to collect. The ecclesiastical revenues were more decently employed by the popes themselves in the pomp of the Catholic worship, but it is superfluous to enumerate their pious foundations of altars, chapels, and churches, since these lesser stars are eclipsed by the sun of the Vatican, by the dome of St. Peter, the most glorious structure that ever has been applied to the use of religion. The fame of Julius II, Leo X, and Sixtus V is accompanied by the superior merit of Bramante and Fontana, of Raphael and Michelangelo. Gibbon. It is on the threshold of the century of these popes and artists that our period closes. So here we must take leave of that immortal city, of which the memories and the beauty have never ceased to attract in any age the remote and once savage countries of the north. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Later Middle Ages by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 13. The Close of the Middle Ages, Part 2. The invention of printing by Gutenberg at Mainz in 1447 is, if not the actual ending of the Middle Ages, at any rate the event which made certain the speedy dropping of the curtain upon that fascinating stage. It was nevertheless the invasion of Italy by Charles VIII in 1494 which may be taken as the actual opening of modern history and the close of the Middle Ages. The 40 years before that event were years not by any means of unbroken peace, but of comparative quiet. In Milan, the great captain of condottieri, Francesco Sforza, founded a dynasty lasting the usual 3 generations, which, according to the old Greek historian Herodotus, is the longest period of most tyrant houses. He died in 1466 and was succeeded by his eldest son, Galeazzo Sforza, a wicked man who was assassinated in December 1476 outside the doors of St. Stephen's Church. He left a young son, Gian Galeazzo Maria, who became Duke of Milan under the regency of his uncle, Lodovico Sforza, Il Moro, so called because of his swarthy complexion. Lodovico was ambitious to keep his rule in Milan, and perhaps himself ultimately to become duke. For this reason he made friends with Lorenzo de' Medici, the splendid tyrant of Florence, and so, Milan and Florence being friendly, the north of Italy was at peace. When Lorenzo died in 1492, the aspect of affairs changed. His son Pietro continued the alliance with King Ferrante of Naples. Ferrante's granddaughter was married to the young Duke of Milan, Gian Galeazzo. Lodovico therefore began to fear that the King of Naples and the Medici of Florence might intervene in Milan to dispossess him of his power over the young duke. To prevent this, he suggested that Charles VIII of France, who had a hereditary claim on Naples through the house of Lorraine-Anjou, should invade that kingdom. So there came about the momentous invasion of Italy by Charles in 1494, in the course of which Duke Gian Galeazzo of Milan died in the castle of Pavia, poisoned, it was said, by his uncle. John's death enabled Lodovico himself to become Duke of Milan. His ambition and his action in bringing the French into Italy were ultimately fatal to himself, as they were to the peace of Italy. For the first 50 years of the next century, the fair land of the Milanese was the battleground of French and Spaniards. Lodovico il Moro ended his life a prisoner in 1510 in the gloomy castle of Loches in Touraine. The dynasty of the banker princes, the Medici, was more fortunate than that of the Sforza, and lasted till 1737. It was not until 1570 that they secured the title of Grand Duke of Tuscany from Pius V, but they had for long held in fact the lordship of Florence, which was not theirs by law. Under Lorenzo de' Medici, Florence became the home of the arts. Poets, sculptors, and painters dined at his table and were maintained by his patronage. His alliance with Ferrante of Naples and Lodovico Sforza, the regent of Milan, maintained a balance of power in Italy and kept the peace, a condition of affairs to which the tyrants, by reason of their unstable power, were naturally inclined. The art of painting in oils was now approaching its full and glorious development. Leonardo, a universal genius, who, like his younger contemporary Michelangelo, has left works executed with singular freedom and beauty in several arts, studied in Florence under the master Verrocchio from 1470 to 1477, and for 4 more years worked there on his own account. In 1483 he was invited by Lodovico Sforza to Milan. His works, as they have come down to us, are few compared with those of the great men who were to follow, of the Florentine school like Michelangelo, of the Roman school like Raphael, of the Venetian like Veronese. His fresco, The Last Supper, has established the type of Christ's face for all time, and is the supreme work of religious feeling, just as his picture and portrait of La Gioconda, Mona Lisa, is the supreme work of pagan beauty, and perhaps the greatest expression of the Renaissance. The distinguished essayist and art critic thus interprets Mona Lisa. The presence that thus rose so strangely beside the waters is expressive of what in the ways of 1,000 years men had come to desire. Hers is the head upon which all the ends of the world are come, and the eyelids are a little weary. It is a beauty wrought out from within upon the flesh, the deposit, little cell by cell, of strange thoughts and fantastic reveries and exquisite passions. Set it for a moment beside one of those white Greek goddesses or beautiful women of antiquity, and how would they be troubled by this beauty, into which the soul, with all its maladies, has passed? All the thoughts and experience of the world have etched and moulded there, in that which they have of power to refine and make expressive, the outward form, the animalism of Greece, the lust of Rome, the reverie of the Middle Age, with its spiritual ambition and imaginative loves, the return of the pagan world, the sins of the Borgias. She is older than the rocks among which she sits. Like the vampire, she has been dead many times, and learned the secrets of the grave, and has been a diver in deep seas, and keeps their fallen day about her, and trafficked for strange webs with Eastern merchants. And as Leda was the mother of Helen of Troy, and as St. Anne the mother of Mary, and all this has been to her but as the sound of lyres and flutes, and lives only in the delicacy with which it has moulded the changing lineaments and tinged the eyelids and the hands. Footnote: Pater, Renaissance. The peaceful time of Lorenzo de' Medici was a period of great comfort and prosperity for the north of Italy. The towns were places of great trade and manufacture. The world's commerce still flowed through the well-known channels, till Bartholomew Diaz discovered the ocean way to India by the Cape of Good Hope. The tenants on the estates round the Italian cities, cultivating the ground and retaining, according to a custom that still exists, half the produce of the soil, prospered with the spread of irrigation and with the peace under which the land gave forth its increase. It was in the countryside that the most wholesome life was found. It was out of country villages that many of the greatest men came. The cities were worldly. In Florence, the life of pleasure, and often of vice, was so great as to provoke a reaction, which is like a last dying effort of the medieval ages of faith. Dominicans had been established in the church and convent of San Marco in the year 1436 to set an example of a strict rule of life. Within 50 years the house had become famous for two of the most spiritually minded men of the Middle Ages, Giovanni da Fiesole, better known as Fra Angelico, and Girolamo Savonarola. Fra Angelico's pictures, of which very few examples are to be found outside Italy, are justly considered to be the highest form of Catholic art. Deeply religious, mystical, nervous, he had spiritual experiences, unlike those of common men. Like Joan of Arc in his long meditations, he had trances and visions, and the spiritual faces and forms which appeared to him in these visions he faithfully represented on his canvas. His work is of great beauty, quiet and refined, rather than strong. In his pictures of Christ, the Virgin, St. Dominic, there is not the gloom and asceticism, almost harshness, of the later Spanish religious painters, but an expression of humility, thoughtfulness, repose, that appeal to men of every nationality and belief. The other great brother of San Marco, the friar Girolamo Savonarola, moved with the worldliness of the people of Florence, began his preaching in 1489. The moral laxity of every class stirred him to wrath, and his tremendous appeals gained many followers. Like Arnold of Brescia 350 years before, he was a zealot, an ascetic, a republican. The Medici, in Savonarola's view, had destroyed the freedom of Florence and corrupted its life. His last words to the dying Lorenzo in 1492 were, "Wilt thou also restore Florence to liberty and to the enjoyment of her popular government as a free commonwealth?" Lorenzo, who had confessed his sins to the friar and affirmed his perfect faith, at this last question turned his face away and said no more. Charles VIII, on his way to Naples, entered Florence in 1494, after the flight of Pietro de' Medici, who was the ally of Naples. The Republic was re-established, and Charles was welcomed by Savonarola as the messenger of God. The friar became the spiritual, practically the temporal leader of the Republic. His followers, the Piagnoni, the weepers, brought their ornaments and trifles, their loose novels, Morgante Maggiore and the Decameron, and made public bonfires of them. Our Lord was proclaimed King of Florence, and the curious cry of "Viva Cristo" was heard through the streets. Yet his asceticism, his republicanism, joined against him both the Pope Alexander VI and those who still hoped to make Florence either an oligarchy or a tyranny. His exalted followers, the shallow converts of a neurotic movement, not more moral after their conversion than before, gained little respect. Girolamo, himself a saintly man, was accused of heresy by the Franciscans, jealous as always of their Dominican rivals. On May 23rd, after having been put to the torture, he was hung as a heretic. The influence of Savonarola, local and transitory though it was, is yet like a ripple from those far-away waves of emotion which in the 12th century had led some hundreds of thousands of men from Western Europe to die in the deserts of Syria. With the discovery of the West Indian Islands in 1492 by Columbus, a new world began to be opened up to the knowledge of the peoples of Western Europe. The curtain which had screened the Middle Ages was rolled aside, and the ample stage of the modern world's history appeared. Yet geographical discovery was not a new thing in 1492. For 200 years before, men of Western Europe had been groping, as it were, in new lands and along strange paths of the sea. Many of the maritime discoveries of the 15th century were in fact rediscoveries, as for instance the occupation of the island of Grand Canary by the men of Prince Henry of Portugal in 1415, of the Azores in 1431. These islands had previously been reached by Spanish and Genoese navigators. The continent of America itself had been visited by Norwegian or Icelandic men in the 10th century, but most of them, if not all, died of starvation there, and their deeds became only a vague memory. The ancient Greeks were busy mariners, but they followed the coast. The men of Amalfi in the 11th and 12th centuries were great sailors, and used, at least in the later century, a species of floating compass. Some time before 1269, a more serviceable instrument, the pivoted compass, came into use, and men had something certain to rely on in launching themselves upon the great oceans. Dangerous as it was, maritime travelling was safer than that by land. India and China had been visited overland from Europe in the Middle Ages, but the difficulties in the way of such enterprises were immense. The Venetian Marco Polo in 1270 and 1271 travelled by way of Syria and the desert of Gobi to the Great Wall of China, and for 3 years was governor of Yangchao. Yet his descriptions, voluminous as they are, can have conveyed very little geographical knowledge to the people of his time. Marco Polo missed his chance. He might have written one of the most interesting books in the world. Instead, it is really a commonplace book. He tells a good deal, real and legendary, about the history of the countries which he visited and about the customs of the peoples. But there are no details of the routes which he followed, practically no descriptions of individuals or their manners. Above all, no account of what one might call the daily life of the traveller. Had Marco Polo related how he journeyed, where he slept, what he got to eat and drink, how he paid for it, what the roads, tracks, bridges were like, what sort of dwellings the people had, how they were dressed, how they treated their animals, with other such details, his work would have been priceless. We could do without the stories of Prester John and Genghis Khan. But the reader never finds anything he wants to find. Mankind has lost a great chance of knowing about Central Asia and its peoples at the end of the 13th century. Even Tacitus, who had not been to Germany, tells us infinitely more about the Germans than Marco Polo does about the people among whom he personally travelled. Instances of how not to write a book of travel might be taken almost broadcast from Marco Polo's work. For instance, Messer Maffeo and Messer Marco Polo dwelt a whole year in this city when on a mission. This is all he has to say about a whole year spent in the city of Khanchau in Persia about the year 1271. Or again, now that I have told you of those scoundrels, banditti, and their history, I must add the fact that Messer Marco Polo himself was all but caught by their bands in such darkness as that I have told you of, but as it pleased God, he got off and threw himself into a village that was hard by called Konosalmi. Howbeit he lost his whole company, except 7 persons who escaped along with him. The rest were caught, and some of them sold, and some put to death. What a meagre account! Nothing about the look or arms of the banditti, or how Marco Polo escaped, how the villagers received him, what the village looked like. The traveller by land is dependent upon the districts through which he travels for his personal safety and for his food and drink. His progress is slow and painful, his outlook limited by the valleys, hills, woods, or even bushes and grass by which he is surrounded. The mariner travels in a little world of his own. He has food and drink for months in the hold of his ship. He sails the ocean freely, without let or hindrance, other than the contrary or violent winds, which his skill soon learns to meet. In his frail ship he risks his life every moment against the stupendous force of wind and wave, yet his chances of going far, for thousands of miles, in the direction he has chosen, have always been greater than the chances of the land-bound traveller amid trackless wastes or unknown or hostile people. The little country of Portugal, looking westward, washed along its whole length by the waves of the Atlantic, held the greatest maritime nation of the later Middle Ages. To India on the east, to Brazil on the west, the Portuguese stretched out their hands and were the first to make a great overseas empire. Prince Henry of Portugal may be called the father of modern oceanic enterprise. He was born in 1394, the third son of King John I of Portugal and Philippa, daughter of the English John of Gaunt. In 1415 he served at the capture of Ceuta on the north coast of Africa, opposite Gibraltar. There he heard stories of a great African potentate in the interior, and his mind was fired with the romance of discovery. In 1419 his father made him governor of the Algarve, the southern province of Portugal, which inclines toward the Atlantic. He took up his residence at Sagres, near Cape St. Vincent, where he founded an observatory and worked upon maps, without which no sure geographical knowledge can be accumulated, no permanent advances made. The expeditions which he planned, organized, and sent out till his death at Sagres in 1460 opened up the Canary Islands, in a voyage conducted by Henry in person, Cape Verde, the Azores, and the West African coast. Thus far'd we opening those wastes of tide, no generation opened before. Sighting new islands and new airs we hide, which generous Henry had the heart to explore. Past Mauritanian hills and homes we plied, the realms of Antaeus ruled in times of yore. leaning to larboard on our dexter hand, lay nothing surer than suspected land. Footnote: Camoish, Lusiad, 1572. In 1441, gold dust and negro slaves were first brought from the Guinea coast. The traditions of the school of mariners whom Prince Henry trained were continued by Bartholomew Diaz, Vasco da Gama, Pedro Alvarez Cabral. Diaz had made voyages to the Gold Coast before his famous expedition in 1487. It was this expedition, however, which clearly showed the way to India. As he sailed along the coast of West Africa, he erected stone or wooden columns, marking the possessions of imperial Portugal. At Diaz Point, for instance, south of Luderitz Bay, where fragments of his columns may still be seen. The growing dismay of his crew forced him to return, but not before he had rounded Cabo Tormentorio and proved the eastward trend of the land. The stormy cape became the hopeful one, Cabo de Boa Esperanza, Good Hope. It was off the cape he himself had discovered that Bartholomew Diaz was lost at sea in the squadron which Cabral was taking to India. Diaz showed the way to this promised land. It was Vasco da Gama who entered into it, rounding the Cape in October 1497 and landing at Calicut in May 1498. He died in 1524, viceroy of the splendid province of Goa, where the flag of Portugal still flies. 23 years before, Admiral Cabral had landed in South America and founded a great empire in Brazil. Thus with Spain, for whom the great Genoese Columbus opened up America in 1492, Portugal shared the New World. Year after year their conquistadores crossed the seas, strong decisive men, forming new provinces and kingdoms. Portugal, the smaller nation, could not bear to lose so many of its most ardent, its finest men. The next century saw its decline. Spain was drained by the endless wars in foreign fields. The Dutch and the English began to reap where Portugal and Spain had sown. England, turning her back on the barren wars in France, began to follow the sea in its most distant paths, paths which will be her ruin if she cease to follow. In the Middle Ages, men were rigidly circumscribed, not so much in their movements, for the greater number of men must always be stationary in their district or country, but in their outlook. The bulk of things that exist were to mankind a closed book. It was the invention in 1447 and use of printing which enabled each man to multiply his experiences to an infinite extent. With books and his own imagination, a man can live in every place and climate. He can know and learn, ponder on the pages of philosophy, and study the roll of history. In addition to the wholesome activities of his own district and occupation, he has all the pleasures and activities of the mind. Everyone did not learn to read the printed book after 1447. But the Renaissance, with its enthusiasm for education, and the Reformation, which spread the use of the Bible, increased the practice of reading. Besides this, the Reformation established the right and duty of every man to think and judge for himself, using the great books of the world on which to form his judgment. The day of intellectual wealth and freedom had come. In the world of books, every man is his own master and can call that world his own. And he has always by him what is the sweetest and most consoling thing in the world, recommended by sages as the sovereign remedy for ills, I mean the sincere love of letters and the innocent charm of the Muses. End of section 32. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. in Encino, California, February 2024. End of the Later Middle Ages. A History of Western Europe, 1254 to 1494, by Robert Balmain Mowat.